certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron, that's Johnny. Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
There we go. Atta kid. Now, kid. There we go. Big Mike, kid. Big Mike. Here we go. Give it a ride now, kid. Bring them around. Couple of ducks on the pond. There we go. So we used to do in baseball.
All right.
That's like the equivalent of chirping in hockey. Or what are they? Yeah, when you do a little shit talking. Not shit talking, it's encouragement. Hum now, kid. That was a big one. Hum now, kid. Give it a ride up there, kid. Big stick now, 1-2. All right. Welcome to the show. We are dude, it's anniversary week. It's 10 years. What's today? The 5th?
Yep.
I believe it's 10 years on the 9th. That we had our first show. The first Steel Toe Morning Show was August 9th of 2014. So Friday, that would mean Friday, it's officially been 10 years of doing this program. And some, oh my God, I'm going to die. Hold on a minute. Feel free to fill in the blank spots, co-host.
Did you hit my pipe? Well, I wasn't looking. Jesus, man. What are you doing? You're coughing worse than I do.
I'm dying, actually. I have tuberculosis. I believe it's time for us to redefine the nature of our agreement. No, I feel good. I got way too much sun this weekend. I look damn near African. Moroccan, maybe? I don't know. Forearms.
I'd say you look more like red than brown, but okay.
Fair enough. Then Navajo. But
Yeah.
I did a lot of golfing over the weekend. I was only going to go Saturday. That was the plan. Drop the kids off. Matt and I went golfing. And I love going to territory because if you go with two people, they match you up with two other people.
Mm-hmm.
And you all go golfing together. So we went golfing with this Canadian couple, probably mid-40s. And they were a lot of fun. And we drank and we played golf and we played golf and we drank. And it was a great time. The only problem with doing that is you go at 1:30, you're done at 5, you get home, you're a little buzzed, and it's either I got to keep this thing rolling, and the problem
put it to bed.
Yeah, and the problem with keeping it rolling is it's Saturday at 5, 6 o'clock. Everybody's made their plans. You know, it's not like you can last minute whip something up. And then you start thinking, you're like, do I call people? Do I text people? Or do I just sit in this chair, recline, and call it a day? And I did. That's exactly what I did. I called it a day early. And then I get up Sunday morning, and I'm like, fuck. I got up at like 5:30. I'm like, fuck, I want to go golfing again. And I start texting people, not at 5:30. I start texting people at like 7, 8 o'clock. Like, you want to get out this morning? Let's go golf, blah, blah, blah. Everybody. So I finally make like a 9:20 tee time. And then everyone I text starts texting me back at like 9:15. They're like, just waking up, just getting up, blah, blah. So I go by myself. I go to Territory. They pair me up with 2 other dudes, and it turns out one of them knew who I was. So that was fun. And we just, we drank. We did some fireball shots with the drink cart girl. I shot 1 stroke better on Sunday than I did on Saturday. And I just golfed the whole fucking weekend away. Outside of going to the fair with the kids. So Friday night, Saturday morning, it was go to the fair with the kids. And then Saturday and Sunday, it was just straight up just golf the whole time.
I noticed you didn't invite me to go golfing with you. That's hurtful. That's
I considered it. And then I said, I don't think the math is mathing on that one. I don't think we're mathing up on the Johnny going golfing thing. No, you're not a dependable golf partner. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
I apologize.
I would have brought my discs, man. I would have brought my discs.
Yeah, and then we all would have beaten you with clubs. That's exactly what would have happened. But no, a lot of fun. Like I said, man, 10 years. It's incredible. I'm excited for Saturday's show. Tickets were supposed to stop going on sale 2 days ago, and I don't know if they have, but we're sold out, so I have to probably get on that.
People can't buy tickets if we're sold out.
Well, no, because there's VIP claims, too.
Oh, shit.
So on Eventbrite, I do have to take these down. If people buy tickets now, they're going to be very upset with their result. But it's going to be a lot of fun Saturday. You can still come out, have fun, the whole thing. I'm going to be out there at 2, setting everything up. Come hang out for free. Come be in the cornhole tournament for free. Basically, at 8 o'clock, that's when the pay-to-play stuff starts. And then at like 10 o'clock, that part's over with. So enjoy yourself.
2 hours.
Yeah, have fun, man. Have fun. Come out and hang out at Stoney's for the 10th anniversary show. Broke my heart. I think about it now when I wake up. Somebody wrote in the other day, and they said, Aaron, you don't seem like you enjoy doing this anymore. You don't seem like you like doing your show. And I went, what the fuck? And like, it was one of those things where it got me where I'm like, really? And then I wake up in the morning, I'm like, fuck, man, I don't want to get up. And I'm like, oh my God, do I really hate doing my show?
No, you just hate waking up.
I hate waking up. I hate waking up and I hate begging for money, but those are 2 things that are necessary in order for me to have a show.
Do the show. That's
the show that I've built for myself. That's what happens when you're a local FM radio DJ who wants to, keep the small embers of a career alive as you beg for a little bit of money. What is it? It's 325 is our number today. You spark up that lighter one more fucking time and I hear it. I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. I don't know why it's... Oh, I thought that was a lighter. What is that? That's a lint roller?
Yeah, I get cat hair all over my microphone, and I don't want to cough on it all show long, so I'm...
I thought I heard the clicking of a lighter, and I was like, I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
No.
Jesus. Okay. Now I don't even know if I'm supposed to... Okay, and I don't know why that's driving me nuts, too. Is that just for cats? You have to do that?
Yeah, pretty much, because they have hair that floats in the air when they clean themselves. When you pet them, it gets...
Why don't you just kill them? Like, why do you have them? If I had to sit there lint rolling everything I own because some stinky animal fucking left its fur everywhere, and they're inconsiderate, like they're little, they're pieces of shit.
Nah, cats are awesome. Cats are good pets, man. They're little snuggle bunnies. My cats love me. I love my cats.
Strongly disagree. I strongly disagree. I let New Guy go on Rumble just for today's stream, just because he kept writing the same thing over and over and over. Like I said, man, have some fun with us. Hang out with us a little bit. But when it's the same thing over and over, it's like, get some creativity. Otherwise, you're just gumming up the works for everybody else. All right, Aaron, you're second to Johnny in our eyes. That's fair enough. Fair enough. Well, here, I'll hold him hostage. If you like Johnny, we got to hit goals so we can pay him. No. 325 is the number. Click the PayPal link. Click the Venmo link. I have an idea for our 10th anniversary. Everybody throw in gifts. Knock this thing out early, and then I don't have to beg today because I don't want to. I don't like it. It makes me, it makes me feel like the failure I am. So indulge my delusion for a little while, if you will. Busy show today. Very excited for it. There was, I just, look, if Johnny doesn't care about this, I strongly urge him to tap out while we talk about it and like take an hour off today. But if he's down, he's going to really enjoy this. Nick announced he was streaming on Saturday, and he's been announcing his streams closer and closer to each other. And Johnny, do you know why he's been announcing the streams later and later and closer to the time of the stream?
So that way the trolls don't have time to gather.
Sort of, but what specifically? I want to know how close you've been following the events of this show.
Kiwi Farms or
okay, close.
The document dropper from
yes, very good. Johnny's got it. Give this guy a bell. So he announces them later and later now, because if he announces them like the morning of, the MN Public Records guy on Kiwi Farms drops a shitload of documents about his case. The problem is Nick's now been announcing them like an hour or two beforehand. And all that does is the MN Public Records guy just drops them during his shows now. So like he'll have the shows, and while he's on,
MN Public Records doesn't drop.
MN Public Records strikes again. That's becoming like the most like needed words in that community is MN Public Records has released some documents. And they're like, oh, fuck, it's going to be a good day. Then you pour over the documents, you take a look, and it's just more embarrassing shit. Like the guy just, every document he drops, it's just more embarrassing shit. But it's not like, it's not picking on the guy. You know, it's not like he's not, how do I explain this? He's not picking on the guy. He's just releasing what's out there.
Right. And he's only doing it whenever Nick decides to stream, usually to prove what Nick is saying is not the truth. If you're Nick, why do you lie or cover this up? Apparently, MN Documents has, what's on those papers. Why?
It's
why walk yourself into these punches?
One word, starts with an N. Go ahead.
I don't want to say. I thought we can't say that word.
Narcissism. That's what it is. You thought it was the black people word.
Okay, so that was a synonym for the one I was thinking of. Okay.
No, not that one. Yeah. I don't know the financial situation. I don't think he needs the, couple $100 because, you got, grandpa's money. So I don't think you need to be pulling in. Like, he got to be nothing till he was 40. But you remember, he didn't make any money as a lawyer. He worked as a guy sitting at a bank branch somewhere before that. Like, he didn't make any money until he was like 40 years old. So it's not like the guy needs to make his own living. So you don't need to go on. And it's not like these documents are just, fucking with Nick. They fuck with everybody, as we're going to see in this next one that we look at a little later today. These document drops humiliate everyone. Children, wife, side wife, parents, like everybody gets dragged into this vortex of shit that he insists on fighting. Also, I think it's a great example. This is where Keanu had it wrong. This, us talking about this today, is a great example of why Clippers are so good. Clippers are so important. So Stalin 19 put a clip up of the members only show yesterday talking about how today, this show, we're going to talk about these documents. And like 2,000 people watched his clip. Now that's 2,000 people that may not have known.
Might tune in.
Right, that we were going to talk about this today. They might not have known if Stalin 19 hadn't put that clip up. So that's great advertising for today's show. And that's what a lot of these people who fight against Clippers don't understand. I wasn't going to clip that out. It's part of a members show. Rather you didn't clip my members shows, but if you're going to get more people watching the regular show, I'm willing to make that trade. So the Clippers are important. Treat them with respect. Be nice to them. Don't be a dick. You see what it gets you. Funeral director with $2 says Canoe and Nick sitting in a tree, Kissing. I don't know if that's the case. I heard from somebody over the weekend that her and Gino now think they're all cult members again. So I don't know. The wind must have changed direction. I don't know what the hell happened, but they think.
So you got that apology then?
No. That doesn't make me not a piece of shit.
Okay.
It's just they're all cult members again. So do with that what you will. Triple N says Johnny is super high energy as usual. Were you up late talking to your girl?
No, but I guess my sister went to the ER or something, so she was messaging me constantly like an hour before I had to get up. So it was one of those things where I got a little early wake up before I got woken up.
So you weren't sleeping.
I didn't get a lot of sleep, but it wasn't because of the girly girl. I actually went to bed early. Well, not early, but on time. And I texted the girly girl. I'm like, I got to go to bed so that way I get sleep. She's like, okay, good night.
What's the deal? What's the latest with the girl before we got to get into a Kevin Brennan thing. We got to get, we got to get into, Kevin Brennan gave us some advice. We got a story out of the UK. Then we got the document drops. And then Nick ended up texting Josh from Kiwi Farms. Like, Nick does this thing where Kiwi Farms will start saying shit about him, and he'll feel the need to write to Josh and say, this is what you all have wrong. Like, the guy cannot handle people having their own thoughts and their own ideas that aren't somehow directly influenced or affected by what he's trying to tell them. So Josh, of course, takes these texts and
puts them online,
puts them out for everybody. So and that's another one where I kind of hope Nick is doing drugs, because if
he should realize this isn't going to help him.
Well, if you're not doing drugs and you think texting the Kiwi Farms guy is going to be a winning move, fuck off, dude. Clean your house some more. That's the other thing in these documents, is that his mommy and daddy came to clean his house for him.
Oh, Jesus
Christ. Mommy and daddy came and cleaned the house. I mean, don't get me wrong. You should have had a professional cleaning crew. I mean, you got to rip up those carpets. You got to replace them. The whole day. They're trashed. But mommy and daddy came in and helped with cleany.
That's ridiculous. You shouldn't be relying on your parents. If you're his parents, man, how do you do that? How do you go in there and go, oh, this is where our grandchildren are staying?
Not only that, but Nick's parents were like, I don't think they've used substances. I don't believe that they use any kind of drugs. And I'm like, have you watched his fucking show?
Have you seen your son?
Oh, my God. Do you know Nick? Bigot on Socialist Media says Keanu and Gino can't make up their minds. Maybe they will be back on their side by the end of this week. That's true. That's a good point. Funeral director with $2 says you should try to call Gino or Canoe on air. No, it's gay. That's gay shit, bro. Okay, let's get started. Let's get on the path to get into these documents. We got a couple things I want to go over. I want to give people time to get in here, to make themselves comfortable, and then we're going to... annoyed Wawa supervisor with some interesting stuff. Gino was getting attacked from all sides about Stacey Prussman. Keanu's still offering nada. They freaked out and claimed that while you are a piece of shit, so is Nick, so is April, hedging so hard he might be Mexican. Oh, so they think everyone's a piece of shit now.
Now it's everybody sucks.
Oh, okay. You know what, though? I've found in life, when you don't know people, when you've only met them a couple times, go with that until you're proven different.
Okay.
If when in doubt, just assume they're a piece of shit and wait for them to prove you wrong. I've always been the other way around. I've always been like, hey, trust them, optimism, this will be great. And now I've kind of learned, now just assume that they're untrustworthy pieces of shit until you find out they're not. Until you kill someone in front of them and they keep it a secret.
Well, I mean, internet relationships for sure, but I don't know if you want to put that as your standard test, because then you might have to kill a lot of people. What if you got to make some friends?
That's a good point. Yeah, you don't kill people just to make friends. Jack Sixes says, I'm under the impression that a clipper is someone who talks about someone else's content. No. When people talk about clippers, they're talking about people who clip other people's shows and put them on their channel.
Yeah, their channel is just showing short clips of other people's show.
What
so you don't have to sit through everything. You get the parts that people might find interesting.
And what do they call people who clip other people's shows and talk, or not clip them? What do they talk about? Those are commentators, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, reaction channels or commentators or whatever. It's a little bit different world because they transform the content, as they say. Thank you to Gray Duckling for starting us off on YouTube with memberships. 5 gifted memberships from Gray Duckling. Thank you, buddy. 315 is your number today. The Friday people on Rumble Friday made you a lot of money on Friday, so they got you a little head start. So click on those links, throw us a few bucks, and let's just gradually knock this thing down today. Okay, let's go into a couple of news clips. I thought this was really funny. So in the UK, they're having some problems with Islamic white relations.
Yep.
Over there, it's not going well. And if you're more of like a liberal media news outlet, you're trying to make this look like, the whites are out of control.
Right.
The whites are unhinged. The whites are losing it. We got to do something about these runaway whites. So Sky News decided we're going to do a news report showing just how wild and out of control these whiteys are. It went really well. Let's go ahead and take a look.
And look very pleased about it whilst they did it. Then there was this, as I say, clash between protesters and the police, and that is when they then ran off across the park here.
If you can't tell, these are Muslim men carrying machetes through a park. So as they're doing
those damn whites,
as they're doing a news report talking about how bad and dangerous these white boys are, the fucking Foot Clan of Muslims comes by with machetes and just casually walking through the news shot.
Yeah.
And watch how this news reporter reacts.
A big group ran off looking for trouble, it looked like, to us. So we're just going to step away now from this group behind us.
As she walks back and she takes a step back and she's like, I'm cool, I'm good, no problems here. It's totally the white people causing the problems. You keep that fucking dining room table leg or whatever the fuck you had away from me. What did that one guy have? That looks like a table leg. That looks like insert
it looks like
that.
some sort of a stand or something.
Yeah. You know what it also looks good for?
What?
Bashing in the head of an infidel. That looks like you could really cave in an infidel's skull with whatever.
Well, a lot of people in England are uptight right now because apparently, and they keep forgetting to really. Oh wait, no, they did mention. It's like an immigrant family's son or whatever from Rwanda, but he like stabbed a bunch of people at a children's dance thing. Like he attacked a bunch of kids.
Yeah. I mean, thank God they've banned guns.
Yeah, because then all the violence stops. But
you'd hate for that country to get violent and untenable.
And then they did a vigil for the 3 children that passed away.
Sure.
And a riot broke out when the police arrested, again, we can't really talk about who, but a person attempting to go to the vigil with a machete.
Yeah. They reported it. Yeah, the news reported it as riot breaks out at funeral for these dead girls, and they tried to make it sound like, again, the whiteys were rioting. And what they weren't reporting is that a Muslim came to the fucking vigil with a machete ready to start some shit.
Yeah. They keep kind of forgetting to report the part that, yeah, these people are rioting and they're attacking stuff and they're losing their shit. But it's because they're sick of getting attacked by apparently Muslim people that decide that stabbing is fun and good to do.
Why are our Muslims so much better behaved than Europe's Muslims?
Because we have guns.
Is that the only thing? Because, like...
I think so, because, I mean, like honestly, you do something like that here, and think about the mall incident. The guy in the mall,
he got
decided
shot.
He wanted to start some shit.
Yeah, and then the tactical advantage guy shot him.
Yeah,
I suppose and also, I just feel like our Muslims adjust better. I don't know if it's because, you know, you kind of have to adjust here or you're going to get left behind. And maybe in the UK, you can kind of segregate and it works, or you can get along. I don't know. But yeah, they seem a little more rambunctious.
We certainly don't
there.
have the rate of stabby incidents that UK does.
No, we don't. Or even shooting. Like, Muslims don't really whack people over here.
Yeah, we haven't had any really huge incidents.
Triple N says, no worries, just a friendly caliphate coming soon. Ah, yes, the caliphate. Killed 3, cut 12 to 14 more. That's a lot of cutting, dude. You get a gun in there. Like, in the U.S., you don't get a chance to cut 12 to 14 more people.
Yeah, there's a dad or somebody there, and they're like, yeah, and this ends.
Or just somebody who was planning a mass shooting that day and then just ended up, you know. What if one of these people who stopped like a knife attacker in the United States was actually going to do a mass shooting, but then just turned into a hero? Like,
so now they've gone the other way with it. They're like, yeah, I just won't tell anybody.
Right. I'm not going to tell anybody I totally came here to wipe out Petco. But I'm a hero now, so now I don't really feel depressed enough to shoot a shitload of people. I wonder, you know, we always talk about how many mass shootings we have in this country. I wonder how many mass shootings we haven't had because a guy got to be a hero instead. It's like, oh, he intervened in a carjacking, but it's like, yeah, he was going to shoot up that Cub Foods. But he found a lady getting R-worded in the parking lot, and he became a hero. So, I mean, it's something.
And he got a date.
Yeah, and there was a pity date out of the deal. God, this guy's found a shitload of reasons to live all of a sudden. Bigot on socialist media says riots spread to Ireland now, too. Well, in fairness, they're just looking for a reason. You know. Jack Sixes says we shame here in the U.S. more. Do we? Maybe. We're not supposed to. They're
trying to buy an island off the coast of Scotland.
Yeah, now the Christians want to buy it instead.
Yeah, there's a holy war over a little plot of land in Scotland.
All of the Christians and Muslims are having this like grift off so they can buy this island. I think it's great. Packer Backer says the only thing keeping our Muslims behaved is numbers. Once Muslims reach a certain percentage of the population, they go fucking crazy. Watch. Well, no, I don't want to watch because I don't want that to happen. I want you to be wrong. Coltrane with $1 says, with these third world fucks, I've learned that you can't bring them here without here becoming there. Oh, well, in that case. Oh, boy. Red Fox Mad with $4.99. See, I don't know about any of this stuff because, like I say, I do the show and then I go off and do life. Like the BYB podcast asked me to be on their show, and I'm like, I don't want to be a part of any of the shit you guys got going on over there. Not at all. No, thank you. I'm good. And I just told him, I go, I've now made my schedule where it's show, life. And I don't really have time for anything else. So I said, it's not you, it's me. And I appreciate the invite. But Red Fox Mad with $4.99 said, Win by Two's chat invasion about Gino sending pictures of Stacy and Red Bar's wife was so funny. Gino freaked out and started banging people. I think he means banning people. But that would be funny if someone freaked out and just started fucking people. Like you're just doing a stream and all of a sudden he's like, yeah, fucking chat, I'll show you, and just starts ramming somebody. That would be that's a funny misspell, Red Fox Mad. Thank you, buddy. 310 is the number today. You guys are off to a great start. Keep it going. Your contributions to this show are welcome. Click the links and be generous. Plot of land in Scotland says mild. They're on the Scottish nobility internet grift. Remember when you could be a Scottish lord for like $10?
You still can. You can buy
you
a little
really?
plot of land. Yep. They plant a tree in your honor.
So I get to be a lord and I get a tree?
Yeah, you can like go visit your tree.
Fuck. Well, now, I mean, shit, I was going to make fun of it before, but I didn't know they throw in a free tree with the deal.
Yeah, dude, that's pretty sweet when you get a tree.
Arbor Society motherfuckers are tricky. All right, let's do this Kevin Brennan thing. Then I think everybody wants to hear about not only the document drop, but then after that, we got Nick texting Josh from Kiwi Farms and yelling at him about... It's funny because Josh will announce it with such pomp and circumstance. Mm-hmm. And he'll just matter-of-factly explain what Nick's text... Like, he doesn't print the text out. He just says, like Nick will text him like, I want those Kiwi Farms fuckers to know that this, that, and the other thing. And Josh will write out, Nick wants you guys to know that you're all retarded and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you're like, it's just, he doesn't put the actual like script up there. He's just like, it's like he's on the phone with him. He's like, okay, hold on. Nick wants you guys to know that you're all fags. All right. Yep. Yeah. Nope. And you're retards too. Okay. All right. You're all full of shit.
Oh.
And if any of you want to know what's really going on, just ask him and he'll tell you.
And he wouldn't lie.
Right. And he'll always tell the truth. And you guys are all lying liars who lie. What's that? Oh, and go fuck yourselves, he says. Right. Okay, bye. It says you're relaying the message. And like the people on Kiwi Farms are like, none of this is breaking news. That we kind of knew how this guy felt about us. He really didn't need to send us that message. You could have just texted Josh and says, nothing's changed. I still feel the same way. It would be easy enough. But before we get to that, Kevin Brennan had some advice for us.
Oh, what was Kevin's advice?
That we're dumb.
Oh, fuck.
I mean, but he had a suggestion for our dumbness.
Okay.
And I don't, like, it's something worth talking to the audience about, I think, but ultimately they're going to fucking hate it. He wants us to do what he does. Kevin doesn't leave his live streams up. He takes them down and he puts them up on Patreon. And his patrons can subscribe and watch them there. And that's part of how he makes his money. I would love to do that. I would hope that people would feel like spending $10 a month to get this show. That would be cool. We've tried something like that before. Like, people keep giving us this advice. They're like, you say you hate begging for money and it's do that. We've done everything else. Like, it's just, the facts are the facts. We're not a big enough show. Like, we came here, a small market, mid-market, number one show, and we're just trying to stay on the air. And if our fans like us enough, we ask them to throw, $10, $15 at us every once in a while. That's just kind of our format. And we, we're not sitting here taking as much money as we can. We've figured it out. We've broken it down. This is how much we need every show to stay alive and keep everybody employed and everything else. And as we've lost sponsors, we've lost some people, and we're like, all right, this is how we can hang on to what we have. It's this much here. There you go if you feel like it. And we got to nudge them a little bit. That's just unfortunately the way it is. We're not big stars. We don't have this gigantic show. I love my show. I think I do a great job. I think everybody does a great job. I love the program. But everybody seems to have advice. And they're like, you got to do this. You got to do that. And it's like, I appreciate it, but I know what we are. And I know
we're fat.
What our limitations are. We've got our 10-year anniversary. Dude, I'm just trying to keep this ball in the air. I'm just trying to keep this show alive enough so we can get out of radio jail. That's about it. I want to serve my time in radio jail. I want to end up going back. I want to make it self-sufficient again, and we're begging for people's money until that day. Keel Aldajuice with $2 says, anyway, Johnny, you were talking about your chick. Were you?
We pretty much covered the chick. She's good. She's excited to come out and see me. We're counting the days. We've been talking. We have fun talking, and I'm excited for her being in physical touching distance. That'll be a thing.
Ooh, physical touching distance. That's a little forward.
Yeah.
That's a little forward.
That's a little advanced.
That's
I know.
a little much. Joey, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. Now the PayPal cherry has been broken. Keep that up, you guys. And we'll have this thing knocked out today in no time. But as far as Johnny's chick goes, what day is she coming out?
The 15th.
Oh, after the anniversary show.
Oh God, no! I'm not bringing her to the anniversary show. What do you think? I'm retarded?
That's a good idea.
Like I just met this lady on the internet. We're getting to know each other. We had a rocky start already. I'm not bringing her around these heathens. Are you fucking shitting me? I want this thing to maybe work. Like, I'm hoping this goes
wait a minute.
well.
You guys had a start where you boxed each other for 15 rounds?
No.
Maybe I thought that you were coming to the anniversary show, you know? Maybe you could come over there and, if you ain't busy, maybe you wouldn't mind me bothering you too much. Is that what kind of
Hey,
start
you should
in?
take her to the anniversary show. Retarded chicks love that shit.
Take her to the zoo, Johnny. Take her to the zoo. Not that kind of rocky start?
Not that kind of.
You didn't go visit her at the pet store?
No.
Hey, why don't you want to walk home with me? You want to let me tell you some jokes? Hey, I speak a little French. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Madame.
Madame who?
Madame Foot's caught in the door. Hey, kid, you like that one, kid? So it's not that kind of a rock. What I'm trying to get to is it was not that kind of a rocky
kind
start.
of a rocky start.
Okay.
No, it was not.
I might be a little, what they say, I got like a relaxed brain, but I ain't punchy, Did you tell her that?
No.
You got a relaxed
No, I did
brain?
not.
Okay.
I don't want her to think I have a relaxed brain.
Are you going to take her to the zoo?
I don't know that we'll have time for that. We have
Retards love the zoo. That's what they say.
I'm taking her to the private gig. That's what's happening.
The private gig. I'm excited about the private gig. That's going to be a week from Saturday. And then what's the closest date to October 26th this year?
The closest
October
date.
26th is a Saturday. How does that work? Wasn't October 26th? I thought the Chrissy Mayer show was on October 26th, which was a Saturday. It was a Friday night, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. It was a Friday. Hey, Saturday, October 26th, we're going to do a show at Partners Pub.
Okay.
We're going to do the 1-year anniversary of April and I meeting the Ricadas.
Okay.
I think that would be a really fun show to do.
All right, I'll put that in here.
I think Saturday, October 26th would be the perfect time to make our return to Old Partners Pub. You don't sound pumped about it.
No, that's because I'm typing while I'm talking. I'm sorry.
You're in your date book.
Yeah, I'm literally scheduling it right now.
Rocky, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, buddy. Great start to the morning, you guys. Thank you so much. 290 is the number for today. Thank you for your generosity. We appreciate you guys. It is the 10-year anniversary week. Triple N says the desperation to get back on radio is hard to watch. No, I'm fine with it. You're fine with it too. If I'm fine with it, you have to be fine with it.
As long as it works, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Jack Sixes says, I would tip more if you begged more. Maybe some whimpering during it. Please, the 290 for today. Could you please help us with that? That's not bad. Eagle of America.
Fake cry or it'll really happen.
Eagle of America says, I can't understand how some people get so bothered that you beg for money. I don't know. I think it's because they want our show to be worse than it is, so they got to grab onto something, and that's something that's pretty readily available. Bigot on Socialist Media says, trying to reach a goal every show doesn't annoy me. It's how he pays his bills. Oh, look, it's like that guy's a fan. Dead Game says, terrestrial radio is dead. XM was dead on arrival anyway. Podcasting is it, unless you want to go 100% political. I've got to tell you guys, the money is in how we do it. It's very funny. Like, Chad used to make fun of how we did our radio show.
Right.
And like selling live reads. That's the only way you're going to have a successful show anymore on radio, because the money is still in advertising. The money is still in sales. So if you can do a show, if you're charismatic enough to do a show, you can be a salesperson. It's fucking easy. And it's a great way to not only make money, but make yourself unfireable. I mean, unless you fuck up like we did. But if you draw money and you don't cost anything for the company, there's no motivation for them to let you go.
I don't know how I feel about this Wii stuff. I wasn't even there that day.
You weren't. Nobody was there to stop me.
Well, no, Adrian was. He just didn't.
He just didn't. No. Bigot on Socialist Media with $7 over on Rumble. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Can I do 5 minutes straight? Can I do 5 minutes on stage at Partners Pub, Aaron? My wife has nice tits. Wink, wink. That's pretty much all it takes, I think, for some people. They think if they just, say, hey, Aaron, my wife has great tits. But, like, I don't have, like, a married partner to give you back. So, I mean, I guess in that case, I'm just,
Well,
guess
there's
I'm just
SP, isn't there? Like you can trade on that.
No. That's not something that's willing to be traded, which is nice. I like that. But that would just essentially make me a bull at that point. How depressing for your lady. All right, guys, let's go ahead and let's watch this. Let's watch Kevin Brennan give us some advice. So I guess somebody asked him about Patrick Melton, because I guess Melton goes after Kevin. You got to remember, Patrick Melton doesn't have a show. Patrick Melton is a glorified Clipper. And he kind of has to watch other people. If Patrick Melton had to get on every day and just make a show from scratch, he'd cut his throat. I mean, he had 30 people when he was trying to do that. Then he gets to Steel Toe, and he starts talking about me. And basically, Patrick spends his show talking about more interesting people. And then that way, the other people who are really sad and depressed and don't like those people, and that becomes their identity, gravitate towards Patrick. It's like...
Hey man, he found a niche. Don't knock it.
That's pretty much it. He's just found this niche of like depressed people, mentally ill depressed people who badly need medication and hate Kevin Brennan and Aaron Imholt enough to watch a show about what bad people they are.
Not just to watch it, to fund it. He gets super chats and donations.
Does
He's making
great
it work.
Makes a lot of money off of the old toe. Another win for the Onion. So Kevin lives in internet world a little bit. He's done a better job of not living in internet world. But he gave us some advice about Patrick. And I think where Kevin makes the mistake here is he thinks we mind if Patrick talks about us. I don't even know if he does anymore. I don't see anything about it. I don't hear anything about it. I mean, it's just not something that's a part of my life. It seems like he enjoys doing it. I enjoy doing what I'm doing. It seems harmonious. But Kevin is going to give some pointed advice. And also, you're going to notice, Kevin's going to make a couple of critiques in this video. He's going to critique me. He's going to use some words to describe me. I don't agree with him, but let's take a listen.
No, I'm not worried. No, I'm not worried about Melton, Tampa Terry. Don't worry your pretty little head about Melton. Melton's the king of nothing. Melton's the king of the hunchbacks. Nobody's worried about Melton. Nobody wakes up going, I wonder. I mean, Steel Toe might, but Steel Toe's
Kevin, I can promise you, I don't. No. I can promise you. Here's what I think about when I wake up in the morning. I think, is that guy right? Do I hate doing my show now? Am I just going through the motions? I really hope not. I feel like I prep it every day. I feel like I'm giving it good effort. I wake up in the middle of the night and think about what I'm going to talk about sometimes. I mean, I really feel like for those 4.5 hours a day, I really do give a fuck. That's what I think about when I wake up in the morning.
Every time I watch a Kevin Brennan clip, I keep expecting him to be like, hold on a second. Yes, and is that all you want on your order? Like, the headset thing is still getting to me.
Dude, it's
like,
his brand now, though. You can't get rid of the headset at this point. It's his brand.
I suppose.
He looks like a defensive coordinator, and it's a good look.
Be like me getting rid of the egg chair. I get it. I get it.
His neck gets looser every time I see him. He gets more Sharpay-like.
Yeah, that is gizzard-like. What's...
Yeah. By the way, great guy. Love him. Love being on his show. He always treats me very nice, despite what he's about to say here.
What's up going, I wonder, I mean, Steel Toe might, but Steel Toe's an idiot.
First of all, can we try to turn this ship around? My fucking name is Aaron. That's like calling Jay Leno Tonight Show. Like, the show is the Steel Toe Morning Show.
Calling Kevin Brennan MLC.
Yeah, if you called Kevin Brennan MLC, that's the same thing. I'm not Steel Toe. My name is Aaron. The show is called Steel Toe.
I love how you keep having to tell people my name is Aaron. Like,
nobody
people
cares.
Remember me, they remember April, but you're always Joe the toe guy.
Yeah.
Steel Toe.
I know, and nobody, like, I scream it into the void and nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares that my name is Aaron and that this hurts me.
My name is Aaron and I have feelings.
I'm a person too, Pop, goddammit. Steel Toe's an idiot. Steel Toe's not a person. Steel Toe's dumb. Steel Toe isn't here. Dr. Steel Toe isn't here right now, but if you'll leave a message. But I get, just stop calling me Steel Toe. Call me Aaron. Steel Toe's my slave name.
Steel Toe, all he has to do is put a show that you can't rewind it, makes it harder to clip. And then don't leave him up, but he leaves all his shows up because he's like,
Kevin, here's the deal. Because I don't care. Like, I don't give it. What's somebody going to do? Play my show back and talk about what a fucking loser I am? Oh, well.
How many times have people watched our show after it aired and they donated? Like,
yeah, and people do that. They throw a couple of bucks at us while they replay the show, which, by the way, go in the description of this video if you're watching it later and have a blast. But when someone's rewinding my show and clipping shit out, just to give you a frame of reference, like, I'm at the cabin with my kids. Like, it doesn't bother me. People can do that. It's part of the game, spell my name right. Like Stalin. Stalin clipped out that we were going to talk about those documents today. God bless him. 2,000 more people saw that we were going to talk about that today. That's great.
More eyes on the product.
You usually have to pay money to advertise something like that. And Stalin just does it for you for free. It's great. So, yeah, I'm not going to take away people's ability to rewind it or anything else. Why? Because Patrick Melton might say I'm an asshole. Patrick Melton's been saying I'm an asshole for like 2 years. I think
everyone's been saying you're an asshole for quite a while.
Oh, no, for the last 7-8 months, everyone's been saying I'm a super duper asshole. Like, I'm the biggest asshole in the world. I'm in a humiliation. After the old polycule drug den days. So I get it. So I'm not going to take away the ability to rewind my show. Now, Kevin says, why don't you put it on Patreon or put it behind a paywall? I would love to. If we got 500 people to subscribe to a $10 a month paywall where the show after it was live got uploaded to that platform, our daily goals would be like 150 in the morning and 100 at night. So if I go and I fine-tune Patreon today and you guys want to do something like that and then we wouldn't expect you to donate if you were one of the Patreon people, fuck donating throughout the show. You give your
already done your part.
Yeah, you give your $10 a month. 500 people do it. Fuck it, sounds good to me. But I don't know if that maths. I don't know if that's workable. I don't know if we could do that. If we could, it would answer a lot of questions. But I don't know. We'll see.
Like, I know what I'm doing. Do you? Do you, Steel Toe? Do you know what you're doing?
My name is Aaron. How many times do I have to scream Kunta Kinte before you stop hitting me with a whip? My name's not Toby. Boy. Steel Toe's an idiot. Steel Toe's not a person.
I'd like to have a meeting with Steel Toe. But again, you can't convince these guys.
Bro, I would have a meeting with Kevin any day and I would listen to him. He's like, you can't convince these guys. Kevin, you're not wrong.
It's just a different situation. We're handling it differently.
Not only that, like, Kevin, what you're saying could work and it could actually be better for us. I'm scared to try. There. You want to break me down? You want to hear me say it? Fine, Adrian, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of being a nobody. I'm afraid to lose everything. This guy beats me up. I get hurt real bad, and there's you and a kid. Before I get busted up, so what? No, it's possible. Kevin could have a great idea. And it could, I'd be fucking embarrassed if like 700 people.
I'm afraid, Adrian. I'm afraid I'll lose the radio show and you'll say we were never friends.
It's different Adrian, goddammit.
Sorry.
Too close to home.
They're idiots. They all think they're geniuses. They all have their own strategy.
Kevin, believe me, if the last 10 months of my life have taught me anything, it is that I am not a genius. Kevin, I am a lot of things. But I certainly am not a genius. I would not classify myself as such. I talked a little too much shit about the first ex-wife with the second ex-wife, got myself in trouble there. Got to go clean that whole situation up, which is nice. I mean, it's basically, I got to go in and say, yeah, sorry about that. I won't do that again. I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah, as a dick.
Yeah. And they'll be like, see to it that it doesn't. And I'm like, My first ex-wife says the same thing that I do. She's like, you know what? The problem's gone. You know, their whole position is the real problem is gone. Because, like, I keep getting stories now that keep coming out from people about how she would say one thing to them and then one thing to another person and then another thing to me. And it would be like this triangulation thing. And it's like, oh, my God, like their whole personality was just scheming and scamming people.
But
and just to get them worked up and then get them fighting and then, like, I don't know.
to ostracize you so you would cut
Right.
yourself off from your family.
So, like,
So
she
she
would,
could convince you to take her on trips to Vegas all the time.
and then, so, like, she wanted to go get married in Vegas, right?
Right.
And then her parents come out for our wedding in Vegas.
Right.
And then she tells Kayla when we start hanging, or no, after I left, she tells Kayla, she's like, you know, and he didn't even want my parents to come to our wedding. And I'm like, Kayla told me that. She goes, April said you didn't want her parents to come to Las Vegas. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, no, I encouraged it. I said, my parents won't go. I said, yours should. She goes, oh, really? Because she didn't say that. I'm like, I know. I'm hearing she said a lot of shit that she said the opposite to me. Then she said the opposite of that to someone else. Then she said the opposite of the thing she said to someone else. And then those people would fight over what she said. And it's like, do you get off on that? Is that like what do you gain?
Like people are beating the shit out of each other. She's just in the background, like biting her finger and flicking a
Right?
bean.
Like, what the fuck is that? But anyway, Kevin, no, I don't think I'm a genius. In fact, I think I get most shit wrong and then have to adjust. I am Mr. Learn the Hard Way, Kev.
And I'm medically retarded. Like I have paperwork.
Yeah, he's actually documented. It's documented. It's proven Johnny here's a retard, and he's got papers to prove he's retarded.
He's smooth brained.
Gee, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to win. I'm going to win.
When am I going to win? That's the end of that clip. So Kevin giving us a little advice. And Kev, look, I appreciate it. I do. I appreciate you giving us some advice, helping us out. I don't know. It's not a terrible idea. It could work. Dead Game says, Aaron, you've called him MLC for a year. Bullshit. I always give him the respect. I always call him Kevin Brennan or the great Kevin Brennan or the fire-faced angry Irishman. One of those names. All right, guys, 285 is our number for today. Thank you very much for your generosity. We're under 300 in the first hour of the show, which is right where you want to be. Go ahead and keep it up. Keep throwing those fivers in, those tens in. We'll get this thing hammered out.
Lesser known brother of Neil, Kevin Brennan.
Ooh, he has been called that. He would never be called that by me. I have too much respect for the man. I have too much respect for Kevin to call him the lesser known Brennan brother. At least he had the balls to compete against Dave Chappelle in Star Search. Didn't just, kowtow and bend over. Not as lucrative a gig, surely, but brave. And bravery should be rewarded. All right, let's get into it, kids.
What are we on now?
MN Public Records.
All righty.
This is always
getting real.
Yeah, this is always really daunting for me. Like, this is always, like, I feel a lot of pressure when MN Public Records has an info dump, has a court document dump for multiple reasons. Number one, I'm the only guy who's been able to give anybody a bird's eye view of this whole thing. I occupy arguably the most important spot in
Wall Street.
in the commentary portion of this. Number two, MN Public Records releases a lot of information, and I want to give it time. I want to let it breathe. I want the segments to be long. I want them to be thorough. I want the audience to get their jokes in. I want us to get our jokes in, but I also want to do some analysis. I also have this frustrating problem where very loyal, longtime fans don't want to do it. And I always hate being in this position where I have to tell, whether it's co-hosts, whether it's audience members, no matter who it is, I have to respectfully look at them and I have to go, you're wrong. I apologize if you don't like this, but if you don't like this, there is a part of you that doesn't understand what a good show is or doesn't understand what interesting broadcasting is, because there are going to be times where we're going to talk about things that may not be your cup of tea, that you may go, oh, God, and you might roll your eyes. But I'm promising you it's good. I'm promising you it's interesting. And I'm promising the amount of time we spend covering it is going to fly by in your day. And that's the point of what we're doing here. So Nick announced that he was streaming on Saturday. Oh, and then there's other people who the only reason they want to be here is to hear this shit.
Oh, yeah.
If they had it their way, it would just be nothing but, polycule court talk all day long. And I can't do that either. So I'm kind of in this weird middle ground. $1 from Coltrane says, April sounds more like she wanted to run Springer or Maury shows. I don't think she wanted to. I think she just did. I don't think it was ever intentional. I think, like I've said before, she is just like Nick. They are a great fit for each other. I don't wish them on anyone else. They both don't know that they do what they do. They both see themselves a certain way, and it is the opposite of how they are in reality and how the outside world sees them. And in their mind, they don't feel like they need to look at themselves and figure out what they're doing wrong. The rest of the world needs to bend to their will and understand why they're geniuses and everyone else is dumb.
April is just a dog chasing cars. She wouldn't even know what to do if she caught it. She just does things.
So, those two being exactly the same is great for the rest of us. Fucking terrible for those two. I mean, so bad. So this new document drop comes out, and you're going to hear some things in this one that are going to make your head spin. But I want to help you. Before I start reading these off, remember that these are not normal people. Remember, these are not, I'm sorry, but they're not. These are not people who think like you. These aren't even people who think like me. These are people who have their own world. They don't have friends outside of it. They've built their universe and they intend to keep it. If you can think about it through that lens, what I'm about to tell you is still going to sound really retarded, but hopefully you'll understand it a little bit. Through that,
I think a lot of people, these are people that aren't normal like you. I think a lot of people were like Nick and were hoping to bang April. It's just he found an in.
All you had to do was ask. Well, you had to have something to offer.
Yeah.
We had to make a trade. It was like negotiating on draft day. I don't think I'm getting that compensatory 6th round pick, by the way. I think that ship has probably sailed. So to catch you up on the story. Oh, by the way, Camel Toe with $2 says I'd pay the $10 a month on Patreon. Well, we'll give it a shot, and I think if we get to 500 people on that, then maybe we will take the shows down and put them up on Patreon, or maybe we'll make them members only. Maybe we'll keep them on YouTube. Maybe if we put a $10 or $12 tier on the YouTube memberships, then you can get access to. Like I said, to the replays of the shows. Or we'll just keep doing it the way we're doing it now. We could do it like that. So, all right, get away from the chat, Aaron. Let's get to these documents. So Nick announces he's doing a show Saturday. And every time Nick announces he's doing a show, MN Public Records drops a shitload of documents from different hearings. This one is from the Child Protective Services hearing. This is where they get to talk to all the people. I think this is from June. This court thing took place in June. You've got Alicia Sweep makes an appearance, the Child Protective Services director, who I've met. Nice lady, great at her job. She's very, very solid. They have a few other people up there. The lawyers get to examine and cross-examine. The judge gets to ask some questions. And we get some interesting tidbits from MN Public Records. Now, I'm going to read his summary of the whole thing because trying to take these page by page,
It'll take forever.
It's a lot. But he kind of hits the high notes. I am warning you, before we get into this, if you have not read these yet, you're going to hear some of the dumbest fucking shit you've ever heard. You're going to physically grab your hair and go, what the fuck are you doing? Remember, this is a man who got arrested with an ounce of cocaine in his house, ketamine pills. April's charged with 5th-degree felony drug possession because her debit cards were covered in coke. She had a straw next to her debit cards. She had a vial, a bullet of coke on all of that. Like, she just basically kept her whole snorting kit right there. And I'm convinced, by the way, that Nick did give April a vial of cocaine while we were all hanging out, and she brought it home.
Probably.
I'm convinced. And she was doing cocaine during the show. I mean, I've been watching some clips back. I had an idea back then, but bringing it up was only going to cause a massive fight. And she would do this thing. When I talk about April and Nick being the same person, they are the same manipulator. So okay. I would talk to April about, like, you can't do that shit on the show. I can't cover for you when you behave that way, or I can't cover for you if you're going off and doing coke, or if you're going to be on the show, you know, strung out and high. Like, I can't. Like, people are going to be able to say whatever they want.
I'm the same person. It doesn't change me.
It was this weird thing where she hated the internet for talking shit about her, and she had to quit the show because the internet was getting to her. But nothing the internet was saying was incorrect. So what am I supposed to do? You're behaving in a way that people observe your behavior. And then when they observe you observe your behavior, you act like they're the bad guys. You're a broadcaster. You're putting shit out there. You're on a visual medium, and people are noticing things about you. And it's like it didn't register. She didn't have to take responsibility for anything. So I would confront her on this, and she would yell at me and scream at me, and I'm a monster, I'm a terrible guy. Then she would go to Nick, and she would tell Nick he's a monster, he's awful, he's this terrible guy, because I'm confronting her about cocaine. He would just give her more cocaine and tell her how it was good, it was fine, and Aaron's a prude, and and then Nick would come to me and going, I'm helping you out, buddy. I'm just, when she comes, like, she's just really, she just gets really crazy, and she just starts, going off, and I just, I tell her it's okay that you, like, when he would say that, I'd look at him, and there were a couple times where I go, do you think I'm fucking retarded?
I mean, yes, but
I shouldn't have left the question open-ended.
Yeah, I don't think it goes to that level. That seems
right.
That seems a lot like Nick there. Just kind of assumed he could just keep strumming you along.
Well, and then, like, it's not like Kayla and I didn't do the same thing. Like, Kayla would ask me about lawyers, and Kayla would talk about what she was afraid of if she left Nick and divorced him and shit like that. Like, it got everybody.
Wow, dude.
Here's the deal. Everybody talks shit about everybody. It's just that Nick and April would lie about, well, you know what? Nick would lie about talking shit. April wouldn't. Like, April said a lot of shit about Kayla to me, and eventually she would say it to Nick, and then eventually, like, she had a lot of bad shit to say about Kayla. Kayla's ruined him, and Kayla's taken away a lot of great things from him, and I would never treat him that way, and she took that show away from him, and he loved doing that show, and she ruined it for him. I'm like, she doesn't even go down there, dude. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
How did she ruin the show?
Well, I'm sure Nick told her that. Like, Nick and April would tell each other their warped perspective of what their partners are doing. Meanwhile, their partners are upstairs telling each other, I can't fucking deal with this person. They're gaslighting the shit out of me. They're fucking doing this, doing that. Like, it was basically, if we were all alone together, we were talking shit about each other.
Wow, you make this whole drug polycule thing sound so fun.
It's not fun. It's not a great time. You know?
Really?
Coltrane with $1 says, so you were convinced Nick gave her coke to bring, but you weren't sure. Then how did you know she was running off doing it during the show? I'm going back in time now. I'm thinking back to all of this stuff. But there were times where I noticed April was on something, and I would tell her, I would be like, I can't protect you if you're going to fucking be so brazen on the show. Citizen M says, the insane thing is that April still thinks I'm the bad guy because I happened to notice she was high. Maybe. I does she think about that? I don't know. So we have this, we have these documents now. Let's get back to the docs. And this is the CPS hearing. And the reason I bring up April, and the reason I bring up you guys grabbing your hair and pulling it out, is because of the highlights that we're going to have from this hearing. We have the testimony of Alicia Sweep, that Nick flat out accused of perjury on his live stream, if you'll remember, saying she lies under oath, this Alicia Sweep lady. Let's take a look. Let's read the highlights because, again, trying to read these actual documents gets a little tedious, and this is a transcript, so this is everything that's said.
Right.
That gets a little long. Number one, much like when Nick reveled in thumbing his nose at his church by bringing the full cover and the later thruple to the pews. Remember, April and I had been to the church. April was at the church after I had left with all the kids.
Right.
Sure enough, all of the below transpired. All of this CPS stuff happened with April in the gallery as a support, gazing upon the cult leader in awe. Surely that would have inspired a lot of confidence in the county's eyes. Now, that's number one. Let's talk about that. They go over who's in the audience.
Right.
And you got Nick's parents. You've got the three oldest children, the ones that are over 10 years old. They're here hearing this. Remember that. And then you have April listed as a support in the gallery. He brought his fucking side chick. He brought sister wife to a fucking CPS hearing. Remember, this is the hearing where he's going to go, I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy and I can have my kids back. Give him my kids back because Nick's turned a corner. Nick's all right, even though Nick won't admit he did anything wrong in the first place. But okay. April is there at the fucking hearing.
He had to reassure them, though. They're like, hey, what's with this lady? Oh, don't worry. Kayla's my bottom bitch. So
yeah.
We're good.
She's like a lieutenant, you know? It's fine. Her soon-to-be ex-husband didn't like that she did a lot of coke, so, he's an abusive piece of shit. So we're fucking her until she's happy. It's going to be a lot. So she's there. She's in attendance. Everybody's been trying to figure out, why did April's felony charges get brought back? Why did the county decide to pursue felony charges against April again? Now, it's my assertion, based on who I've talked to and based on my intimate knowledge of this whole thing, that those charges were coming back no matter what. I think the only thing that could have stopped those charges from coming back is April talking to the detectives, April talking to CPS, and April helping. Then it probably would have all gone away. But she didn't. She shows up at this CPS hearing. People keep bringing up the tattoo thing. Those charges were back in process. They were ready with those charges before the tattoo thing happened. So
yeah, the government doesn't move that quickly.
Right. I think they saw April was still living there. They see April at the CPS hearing. They're like, you know what? Fuck her. We're putting the charges back on. And I think they always were going to put the charges back on. So she shows up at the CPS thing. Now, here's an interesting question. If April shows up at this CPS hearing and she's clearly still there, and she was one of the people that got arrested with them, and now she has 5th-degree felony charges, remember when the CPS, like the list of things they had to do to get the kids back, one of them was be subject to random checks of both houses?
Right.
I wonder now if April, if this CPS thing is going to be dragged out longer, because
April's in the mix.
April has to now be considered as someone who needs to test, someone who needs to be checked in on, someone who needs to. They got to make sure that she's okay to be around children because she was
Oh,
doing.
don't worry. Nick said he'll handle that. He'll take care of the testing and checking in on her, make sure she's all right. He'll take care of all that. You don't need to worry about it.
That's what's funny about this whole thing, because remember, Nick was caulking off and bragging like, whatever charges April doesn't face, it's because of me. Well, the fact that she's facing charges, isn't that because of you, sweetheart? Isn't that your fuck up there, hero? You're a fucking hero, Tutu. I mean, hey, if you're going to take the credit, got to take the blame, right?
Yeah.
Well, that would require him being honest and introspective. Not going to happen. So April is there. April is looking on, which everyone I've heard talk about this, that's the craziest part to them. Is they're like, how did you think this was a good idea? This is where I get to the point where I'm like, I used to say, I hope they're getting help. I hope they're,
I hope they're fucked up. Nobody's this stupid.
I hope they are fucked up beyond belief. I hope they are coked out of their minds during this hearing. I really do. Because if this is the best you can do with a sober mind, holy shit, are you fucking stupid? I mean, it's dumb enough for you all to be living together still.
Right.
It's even dumber to bring her to the fucking CPS hearing where you're trying to show you're a responsible, normal family who can have children in their home. By the way, here's my side poke that I got arrested with all the, she was in the bedroom with my wife the morning we all got arrested. I'm totally ready.
I don't
to
know why anyone thinks anything's happening between the two of us. Did they not hear how I'm aggressively monogamous?
Aggressively. And, I've been thinking about that Chrissy interview he gave. He totally knew Chrissy was a pushover. He totally knew Chrissy was not going to push back or call him on any bullshit. He aggressively took his time and aggressively decided, I'm going to throw my biggest lies out there because this woman is not going to check me. This woman is not like he wasn't that the one where he said like, oh, if you have bleach in your home, it's dangerous to kids. He put bleach and cocaine in the same realm as each other.
Well, actually, he's right there. If you have bleach in your home and you're making one of your children take it regularly, it is dangerous to your children.
You know what? You're right. In that case, it is that extra criteria
extra step.
there. Yeah.
I mean, he forgot that one part of the comparison.
But I don't.
Other than that, right on.
But I don't clean surfaces with cocaine. Maybe I'm the crazy
right.
one.
But have you tried before?
I haven't.
It takes
tried.
the surface's ability to be dirty from here, and it brings it up here.
See, Nick always had a way of explaining things so nobody could understand them. And that's what's nice. So April is in the gallery to show support. Sometimes I think about this, and sometimes I shake my head and I go, I'm glad she's not here. But boy, has she fucked up her entire life. I mean, just fucking butchered it to death. Like, it's a dead end. You're done. Until you decide to break it all down and do a 180 and go back down the other way, you are in a cul-de-sac right now. Not a good, peaceful Wisteria Lane kind. We're talking like dead end cul-de-sac. You can still go back the way you came and get the fuck out. But if you don't, it's over. Like, it's done. And I remember Kayla telling me one time after I'd left, she goes, oh no, April says this is the last relationship she'll ever be in. And I said, oh, Kayla, sweetie, you don't understand how April works. She said the same thing to me when we got together. And she said the same thing about her boyfriend before that. Kayla,
yeah,
it's all part of the game, sweetheart. So
everyone's the last relationship.
Everyone's the last relationship, right? So April's in the gallery to show support. And dude, if you're Nick's parents, I don't know what they've been told. I'm guessing he had to just fucking snow him on this whole thing. You see,
Did he have any
April
left? I thought the cops took it all.
You see April there. If you're Nick's parents, you're like, Nick, what the fuck is she doing here? You and your wife need to have a family again. Like, you need to be together. What the fuck? Nick's probably convinced them, oh yeah, Aaron was like ground and pounding her, beating the fuck out of her. Aaron was this terrible guy. We're rescuing her. He doesn't believe that. He knows that's horseshit, and I'll call him on it every time. But they don't know that that's bullshit. So he's probably got them sold because remember, these are the same parents who we're going to see later in these documents don't think that Nick's ever done cocaine.
Oh.
So these are not the most difficult people to fool.
Well, I guess we know where Nick gets his unprecedented level of stupidity from.
I will say this. If I had to rank Rekieta family parents, like the kids' grandparents, Kayla's stepdad's my favorite dude. He's great. I like that guy. Dan's awesome. Dan's a stand-up, no-nonsense guy. Then I would go Kayla's mom, then Nick's dad, Nick's mom. But I think the Rekietas are the perfect example. You know, they have this saying about rich families, shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations.
Okay.
Where somebody works really hard and builds something up.
Mm-hmm.
The next generation, they kind of live on it a little, but they're still able to kind of make their own way a little bit. And then the 3rd generation is just a complete spoiled fuck who ruins everything.
Yeah.
Nick Rekieta is the perfect example of shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations. He is the walking embodiment of that saying. It's never been more perfect. So April up in the gallery, showing support. If this doesn't inspire Candy Ojai County to kind of bring her into the fold and make her part of the conditions and everything, especially now that she's facing the felony charges. I mean, all 3 of these people are going to be convicted felons when this is over. Whether they go to trial or they plead guilty. If they plead guilty, they can stay out of jail. If they go to trial, some of them are going to prison. And they're going to be convicted felons. So you can't have another convicted felon who's not blood related to the kids in the house without putting some stipulations, putting a saddle on them.
And I mean, just again, the whole thing would be a lot easier if she wasn't there. It's just one less problem. It's one less thing to deal with. It's one group of hurdles you don't have. And yeah, I don't understand why she's there at all at this point with everything that's happened. You would think, I don't want to be on the internet. I don't want to be involved with any of this stuff. Well, Kiwi Farms is on Nick like stink on a turd. So you might as well, if you don't want to be on the internet, you might as well get away from internet guy because that's what Nick is.
Yeah. Sam Show says, I just love that it always gets worse and worse, and I'm always surprised. Yeah, right? I mean, at this point, we should just be ready for dumb shit. Honky says April can't show support to her stepkids. Yeah, she didn't even come home the day of Charlotte's birthday party to help get ready. Kayla and I did that. April said, I was out getting Easter baskets for the kids. She ended up getting them those shitty, like $10 prepackaged wicker Easter baskets with like some Butterfingers and shit in them.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, so you weren't like putting them together. You literally walked into Walmart, grabbed 3 of them and got the fuck out. That's a 5-minute trip. And then she admitted, she goes, I am in a booth right now at the Chinese restaurant crying my eyes out with Nick. It's like, yeah, because you guys are drug addicts and you can't control your emotions. Because Kayla and I were like, where the
Chinese restaurant?
Well, because Kayla and I were like, where the fuck are you? Like, your fucking daughter, we're getting ready for her 10th birthday party. And
you're not here.
And you're not here. And I told her earlier that day, be home by 11:30, if you could, because, I need some help getting stuff ready and all that. Kayla ended up coming with her 5 kids, and we ended up getting everybody ready and going. All those 2 retards had to do was bring themselves. So, look, it's these aren't the smartest people in the world. And April can't show support to her stepchildren. April can't show support to 5 other children who are counting on her as a nanny. She gets them taken away out of the house because of her actions. And now she wants to show up at court for support. Oof. I mean, that's fucking interesting, to say the least. So on to highlight number 2 from these document links from MN Public Records. Although the maternal grandparents, Kayla's parents, are generally understood to have been the only caregivers, it turns out the 2 youngest children were then actually in the care of another family member and uncles giving respite for unspecified intervals. So I'm guessing one of Kayla's brothers was watching the kids from time to time. For how long and how many times did Nick's choices subject his kids to the trauma of being separated even from each other? That's another thing nobody talks about. like when he addresses it or anything else. Just like the kids have heard about this stuff. Remember, these 3 of their oldest kids are in the courtroom for all this.
Yeah, and then on top of that, they're living this shit. That's not good for them. So
It's terrible. And then also one of them obviously tested positive for a shitload of cocaine. So there's that too. But
did they test positive for bleach? I ask you.
You know what, Johnny? You got me there. They indeed did not test positive for bleach. I'm an asshole.
Yes, you are.
So you have the kids being taken away. And let's not to mention the kids being there when the cops have to battering ram the door in because their dad's a fucking douchebag who wants to cosplay libertarian hero all fucking day instead of protect his family. So that traumatic situation. Then the kids saying, "Can I have some clean clothes? I haven't changed my clothes in a few days," and holding the cop's hand as they walk out. As PP.
Oh God, that's not good.
As PPP,
that really happened.
Yeah. As PPP from Keno Casino said, the way he puts it, the kids were stinky and hungry.
Oh, well, like, dude. Okay, so I have one thing about this. I saw someone talking about this. The older kids, like, why aren't the older kids taking care of themselves?
What do you mean?
Well, you said the ages, they go up to like 15, 16, right?
16, yeah. Almost 17 now.
Yeah, 16, 17, you can't handle your shit? You can't do some laundry, fucking
well,
make your own food?
The laundry's in the bedroom. The wash machine and the dryer are in the bedroom. Have you not? Here's my thing. You haven't like kind of leaned in or like looked into any of this.
Not super hard, no. I find it's easier to just experience it on your show because, like, if I look into it, then when we go on your show, like, oh, here we go again. Like, I didn't realize the laundry machine was in the bedroom.
Yeah.
So that at least explains that. The food thing, again, a little bit of a worry, but I grew up with like completely unattentive parents, and by like 10 or 11, we kind of had it figured out that we just had to handle ourselves.
Well, now King Kong Dong says because their parents didn't teach them these skills, Johnny. That's a good point too.
Well, my parents didn't teach me skills either. I figured out how the laundry machine worked because my clothes stank. But I mean, yeah, it
kind of looks like you're giving Nick an excuse. I mean, it's kind of a weird look you're giving right now.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it is. I mean, I'm asking what you mean.
I'm just saying,
it's the 16-year-old's
fault.
It's the 16-year-old's fault all the kids were stinky and hungry?
No, I'm just saying if you're the 16-year-old and you've got like little siblings that are complaining about being hungry, like make them some goddamn SpaghettiOs, you know what I mean? Like,
well, no, the kids would come to the bedroom door, and anytime the kids came to the bedroom door and wanted a snack or anything else, like usually me, I would go get it for them or somebody would. But it was most of the time almost always me. Because, 2 or 3 people were in the bathroom doing their thing. And
doing
I was
stuff.
Just doing a little, And I didn't like going in there when the drug stuff was going on. Once in a while, I kind of stand by the doorway. But otherwise, hey, can we go do something? Let's go have fun. Or maybe grab the kid some applesauce or something. Jesus Christ. So anyway, number 2, maternal grandparents, kids all over the place. Some kids here, some kids there. So far we have April is in the gallery showing support during the CPS hearing. Number 3, and this one broke my heart temporarily to hear. This was a tough one to hear. Number 3 is it's something that how do I put this? When it comes to Kayla, and maybe I'm too easy on Kayla, but Kayla can be a very sweet, loving soul. The thing with Kayla is this. When it comes to drugs and it comes to neglecting children, and when it comes to getting better and turning your life around, there's a difference between wanting to and being able to. Kayla has, I can tell you this from experience, 100% fact. Kayla wants to turn it around. Kayla wants to stop all of it. Kayla feels guilt. Kayla is one of the guiltiest people I've ever met. Kayla feels terrible. Kayla does not think this stuff should be happening. The drugs, at least, and all of that. Kayla wants to do better. Kayla is not capable of doing better. I offered resources. I offered help. I offered anything I could. Kayla would always talk about wanting to do better, but when it was time to take any actual concrete steps, she would not. Every fight with Nick where she would end up hurting herself, every fight with Nick where she would come back screaming and crying that he gaslights the shit out of her and all that, never did anything. Like, you feel bad for people at some point, but then you kind of get the, the principle from American History X where you ask that question of, has anything I've done made this better?
Yeah, you've contributed enough to it. So
right. You can't feel sympathy for someone forever unless they do something about it. And she is unwilling to do something about it. She's go along to get along. When she will sit there and she will stand right in front of everyone. Her little 5'2", adorable little Kayla. She'll stand there in front of everybody. She goes, "This is wrong. This is bad," and they'll yell back at her and convince her it's her fault, and she'll fall apart again and go, "All right." There is an impulse in her to do the right things. It just doesn't get done.
Doesn't kick in.
Yeah. So that when we get to number 3 here, that'll be you'll see what I'm talking about. OG Honky with $2 says, how long was the throuple together? Well, I left mid-April, early to mid-April, about April 12th or something like that. So 4 months now, 3.5 months now. It's been the 3 of them. My name was taken with $2. I don't want to talk about things that I do specifically. I have gone to that group's meetings. I do go to that group's meetings, but I don't talk about the things that happen in it. But thank you for the $2. My name was taken.
Wait a minute, you're part of another sex cult? God damn it.
It is no, this one is not a sex cult. It is not.
You leave one and you get another. I can't even find one. Like, they're never handicap accessible. It's like they put stairs in front of the meetings for a reason. I just
But to answer your question, my name was taken as best I can. Not through all of them. There. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, when Kiki said the Ricadas were there for April, that aged well. Keanu's naive when it comes to shit like this. And look, I try not to get, I'm not going to trash her too hard for it because she wasn't there. But as someone who was there, it's hard to watch other people struggle with it and not fucking get it. Because it's like, guys, all you really have to do is listen to the guy who's said it all. And every time shit comes out, and again, in this document, we're going to be like, wow, Aaron said that was kind of a thing. It's like, you think? Jesus.
like he almost knew what he was talking about. Holy shit.
I'm the only one who's admitted any guilt in this whole thing. Well, you're about to hear now there's a second person who's admitted guilt, but I'm the only person who said this was wrong. I'm the only person who says I've been a piece of shit. I'm going to break myself down. I'm going to rebuild myself. And while there will be stumbles along the way, I will do better. And I am. I feel fantastic. But I can tell you the stories. I can tell you what happened. Nobody else who was there can, because nobody's willing to even be honest with themselves about what they themselves did, let alone anybody else. OG Honky with $2 says, how long were you a part of it? December to mid-April, so 5 months. I'd say about 5 months was the number. Citizen M, I can't answer that question. I'm not going to answer that, buddy. But I'm not shitting on you for asking. King Kong Dong says Kayla is a Minnesota 4 on a scale of 100. I disagree. I think Kayla's a beautiful woman. I genuinely do. There's a lot of good in Kayla. There's just, again, as I said before, Johnny, there's wanting to and being able to. And
Right.
where Kayla fails constantly is the being able to part, But at least, unlike Nick and April, she doesn't, she at least has the want to do good. Those two.
You're never going to stop if you don't at first.
Right.
Like the first key to sobriety is deciding that you need to be sober. Like you have to choose to want to do that.
Kayla wants to do better and can't. The rest of them only want to do what feels good to them. They're very much locked in their own wants and needs and don't give a shit about anyone else. Kayla at least has that tinge of feeling bad. Is it still Chrissy Mayer's fault for having that comedy show? No, not at all, because we booked Chrissy. We threw that comedy show. We booked Chrissy for it. They asked, do you have any dates? And I put the whole show together. But I blame Chrissy for that interview, that soft touch fucking interview where she let that guy fucking lie his dick off. Just that weak tit fucking passive. It's, people don't know how to do interviews. They think that there's only two ways to do interviews. Let someone just spew shit or be confrontational. There's not. There's a way to fact check people and still be an interviewer and still be professional. That was not it. That was just basically an unpaid infomercial.
Yeah, just kind of let him say whatever he wants and step out of his way.
So here we go. Number 3. I had that long setup to get to number 3. For once, and again, if you're just joining us, MN Public Records released documents from a CPS hearing, and we're going through them now. We're just going through the Kiwi Farms highlights here because the documents get hard to read. Number 3. For once, there was a brief glimpse of conscience and contrition in Kayla, MN Public Records writes. She tearfully hugged her eldest son out in the hallway and said, quote, and this is important, and hopefully this is part of the CPS hearings and the criminal hearings. She tearfully hugged her eldest out in the hallway and said, quote, these are the consequences of our actions. Now, that should be a big holy shit moment. I was surprised more people didn't take that as the holy shit moment that it is, because I don't think people get it. I don't think people understand. That is the first time anyone not named Aaron has admitted any kind of guilt in this whole
wrongdoing.
Or wrongdoing. And God bless Kayla Rekieta for doing that. God bless her for at least in that moment being a good mother and hugging her oldest and saying, these are the consequences of your actions. Has Nick stopped to tell his children once, this isn't your fault, this is my fault?
Well, no, because he didn't do anything wrong after all. This was all a setup. It's the deep state.
Save my own fucking ass before I teach my kids a fucking lesson. Or I make my kids feel better about the situation. No, dad's got to cover his ass. Dad's got a CYA so you kids can figure it out. Like everything else in his life, his kids can fend for himself. Nick's got to look out for number 1. And the side piece who's up in the fucking peanut gallery for support.
Well, I mean, this is really surprising to me because Nick has always been such a great father figure with all of he's really, all the lengths he's gone to get the kids back and everything else. Like, I'm surprised he's not more concerned.
And this is where the Kayla that we've seen in the criminal proceedings, where she's been quiet, she's let Nick take the lead. And by the way, that silence is an endorsement of the way Nick's doing things. You have to take it that way. But this is the first time we've seen her go, these are the consequences of her actions, as she cries and hugs her children. And fuck Nick Rekieta for not supporting his wife. Not supporting his children, we know that, but not supporting his wife. I guarantee her saying that pissed him off, and they have fought about this. I know these two, and I'm telling you that pissed him off. I'm telling you they had a conversation about it, and I'm telling you it was a fight. And he yelled at her for it. Instead of him hugging his children too and going, this is dad's fault. That's what being a dad is. Being a dad is taking the knife wounds, taking the pain so they don't have to feel it, especially when it's not their fault. If it's their fault, it's your job to teach them the lesson that comes with that pain. But when it's not their fault, even if it's your fault shared with other people, you fucking take that. That's your fucking job. And by the way, we're talking about a 42-year-old man who needs mommy and daddy to come over and clean his house. So I know this isn't getting through. But when you're 42 years old and you have 5 kids, you should know by now that your job is to take the pain of this world, absorb it, especially when it's your responsibility, and protect them. Kayla had a maternal instinct for a moment, and she went with it. She sacrificed herself for a moment, and I'm so proud of her. I wish she would have kept going. I wish she would have continued to accept that responsibility. She'd be in a much better place right now. But she hugged her eldest child, and she said, these are the consequences of our actions. Nick didn't do that. Would have been nice if Nick would have done that.
But he doesn't want to hug his kids. He wants to go hit up that side piece. That's why he's got.
Wants to get up there in the gallery, get some support. But these are the consequences of our actions. Kayla, in one simple sentence, you said something beautiful. You nailed it. Perfect. But
yeah, and if you said that to the judge, that might actually help.
Right. But this is where I get to, Johnny. Want to versus able to. Kayla wants to take responsibility. Kayla wants to cleanse her soul of what she's done wrong. And she wants to get on the path to living a better life. But the minute she is with him and the minute he is with her, they are destructive. And then you throw another destructive narcissist in April into the picture. The opposite narcissist of Nick, whereas she's always, victimhood is her narcissism, whereas Nick's is, delusions of grandeur are his narcissism. You take those two and put them with Kayla, and they both kind of confront her. And that want to do the right thing does not turn into the ability to do the right thing. She just falls right back in line and gives up. I've seen it.
She's going to have to get out of that situation then.
Well, isn't that the
only
catch?
That's the only change you can make. If you can't, I've always said, when a situation becomes untenable, something needs to change. And so you just go down the list of changes that you prefer until you get to one that you can actually do. And I think in this case, the one she can actually do that'll work would probably be getting out of there. Don't be there.
Again, that goes back to want versus ability. That's the tragic catch-22 of this whole situation. So Kayla hugs the kid and says, these are the consequences of our actions. I wish somebody else would say the same. Cool Boy with $5 says, Johnny, you are brave. My mom had MS. She also had dementia at the end. We will find a cure, buddy. Oh, my God. Is Cool Boy one of the doctors?
I don't know.
Working on the fucking cure for MS? Attaboy.
Yeah. Well, not to brag, but I'm better than your mom. I had dementia before I had the MS. Ha ha.
Gray Duckling with $5 says, imagine the stress Nick is dealing with. Luckily, when you're normal, he goes, luckily, when you're normal, stress is here. Oh, man. You guys are funny. 265 away from today. Thank you. Let's go and get to, these are the consequences of our actions. MN Public Record says, will Nick ever acknowledge the same? No. Doesn't have the ability. You got to understand, for most of us, admitting we're wrong is we're wrong, we move on. Nick has tied his entire identity to being right, and he's prophesizing, he's preaching, he's on the pulpit. So for him to admit he's wrong, for him to admit he's fallible, it destroys a big part of who he is. He doesn't have the bravery to look into that kind of mirror and be that self-reflective and make that call. Nick does not. It's not in his personality. It's not in his makeup. He doesn't have that gene. He will go down with his ship. Number 4, on a lighter note. Ooh, you ready for some levity?
Yeah, lighter note. What's lighter?
What's good? On a lighter note, we finally get the comical details about the May 28th first site visit's refusal of access to the master bedroom. Remember, Nick called Alicia Sweep a liar. When Alicia Sweep said, I went through there, I got to the master bedroom, he shut the door on me and wouldn't let me in. Okay. Okay, Nick. Nick, okay. Okay, Nick, okay. Allegedly, Nick shut the door in Sweep's face saying, you don't need to come in here. And you know what I love about this? I can see Nick doing this. This is, thinks he looks like a tough guy Nick. I can see, thinks he's a tough guy Nick face. I can hear, thinks he's a tough guy, stern voice. Nick is one of those people where he wants to be maybe not feared, but he wants that respect of aggression.
Right.
But when Nick gets aggressive, you just want to pat him on the head and go,
That's
there,
adorable.
there. You know what you want to do, Johnny? You want to put your hand open, your palm open like this on his shoulder, and you want to look at him and go, do you feel in charge? He's just so not intimidating, and he goes for that.
He's got Chewini anger.
Yeah, I think he's intimidated Kayla for years. I think he's probably been able to intimidate April, but he can't intimidate. So he's used to being able to be authoritative with women or smaller people. But anyone who knows anything, basically dudes, or Alicia Sweep, who in her own right is kind of a badass. I've met Alicia Sweep. She's no nonsense. She's the real deal. She's very good at her job. People like that can see right through Nick's horseshit. I mean, he's a Jedi mind trick. He works on the weak-minded. The rest of us just kind of go, oh, look, it's turning red like a tomato. Look at him. He's so cute when he's mad. You want to, yeah, if Nick ever yells at you, just pinch his cheeks and go, sugar, sugar, sugar.
You just stand there and then you wait till he stops speaking. You done? Okay.
Right. Did you finish? Can I go now? So allegedly, Nick shut the door in Sweep's face and said, you do not need to come in here, because he was only going in there briefly to grab whatever shitty art piece would surely explain away the loose bullets found near his firearm. What or who was in there in that room that he had to hide? Well, I would argue drugs. I would argue that they reloaded, but I could be wrong. But yeah, so what Nick tried to do. So you know how the police found that .22 caliber bullet?
Yeah, the loose bullet casing thing.
Yeah, and people were theorizing that like he was coked out and he was like shooting at varmints. Like
so he's just Yosemite Samming around his house?
Yeah, basically they thought he was out shooting. And I was the first one to go, guys, I've never seen, he's not shooting guns in the house, I promise you. I don't know where that came from, but, you know, it's not, he's not firing guns in his house. He's not like fucking Tommy Lee Jones and Cobb, you know, shooting a deer out the window with a handgun. He's not doing that. But apparently it fell out of a painting. The bullet was in a painting and it fell out. Why Nick needed to show the CPS person that, I have no fucking idea. Like, I don't know if that's part of, again, Nick's need to control the narrative, Nick's need to control appearances. But I think if you showed Alicia Sweep that picture, she would go, I don't fucking care.
Doesn't really change a whole lot.
Yeah, that's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to look at your art to see that there's a bullet thing missing. And then I'm not here to do fucking forensics, dude.
And by the way, for someone who's investigating you, if you don't want her to look somewhere, best way to do this is go, no, you can't come in here. No, stay on the other side of the door.
Look, yes, you're right, Johnny. It instills a lot of confidence when someone's there to inspect your house to see if there's drugs or if it's an okay place for children, and you go, no, you can't go in there. I mean, it's
just too much jizz everywhere.
There's just jizz all over the place. We haven't washed it since Aaron's been gone. It's terrible. The whole thing's awful.
The man comes like a pyrotechnics display. It's weird.
Why is it blue? And added, okay, so number 5. So that was just some silly shit, you know.
Okay.
He kept Alicia Sweep out of the bedroom because, well, you know, you need energy to clean. Number 5, an added excuse for refusing access to the master bedroom during the May 28th site visit was that the Recadas were, quote, on their way to post bond between that 1 p.m. site visit and the Chips hearing later that afternoon. Why such a hurry to post unconditional bond ASAP when they had already been conditionally released? Now remember, got to go back to the arrest. They were released under their own recognizance, but they had to drug test.
Right.
They couldn't do any drugs. They couldn't do anything like that. And they had to be regularly tested. They didn't want to do that. So they each paid $5,000 to a bail bondsman, so $10,000 total, so they wouldn't have to test. Because, in my opinion, they want to do fucking drugs. That would hurt their criminal case. Now, this is another thing that Chrissy just let him lie about, that she did not confront him about, because he said, well, it's $75 per test. And if we just pay the $10,000, it's a lot cheaper than being tested. And it's like,
I don't know how, dude, you'd have to get tested like every day for a year to.
It's 133 tests.
Yeah, I think you're going to be fine.
I don't think so, buddy. I don't think so. So they were in a hurry to post bond because at that CHIPS hearing, in my opinion, I could be wrong, at that CHIPS hearing, they were going to release Nick and Kayla's hair follicle drug test.
Okay.
And it was going to show, and I can say this is fact, 100% fact, because I've watched it with my own eyes. I was there.
It's documented, it's proven.
It's documented, it's proven. They were going to release those hair follicle tests, and those follicles were going to be fucking loaded with cocaine. You thought the amount that his daughter tested positive for. I am dying to see.
Know how much he came across with?
I need to know because I've watched the man do cocaine. I've watched the man consume coke. I wouldn't be surprised if he tested positive for an amount that would make a doctor look at it and go, this is life-threatening. Like your heart
This
could
is just
stop.
too much coke, sir.
This is a shitload of blow. Like he would come up during his show. And remember, this was a guy that was driving his kids to school at 7 a.m. He would drink all night during his show. He would come up during breaks in his show and do cocaine. And I know that many times, a lot of times, before April and I left at 4 a.m. to come here and do the show, April was doing coke to wake herself up so she could come do the show. Was Nick doing it at 4 a.m? I don't know. I don't remember. But was he doing it while he was driving the kids around?
Probably.
I would be shocked if Nick never did cocaine in between driving his kids around. This is one where I have to be careful. Do I remember specific times where he went? I remember specific times where in between driving the kids places, he went back into that bathroom. Yes. Did I ever see him? You got to remember, I was here doing the show when he was doing a lot of his driving, so I don't
know what was going on.
But there were times where he was driving the kids around and I would be there. And yeah, I saw him go into the bathroom. Don't know what he did, though. Not sure in that case. But I wouldn't be surprised if he had done drugs, if he had done cocaine and then drove the kids around.
Because if you feel it's safe enough.
April did coke and drove.
Right. But if you feel it's safe enough to, self-medicate your daughter, I feel like you pretty much feel like, oh, I know this. I can do anything.
Yeah.
Like I'm an expert.
So why, people are saying, why were they in a hurry to go post bond? Because they didn't want that hair follicle test to be released, would be my guess. Number 6, again, this is MN Public Records with their document drop on the Nick Rekieta CPS hearing. Number 6, again, Nick can't resist the chance to hear the sound of his own voice despite his own attorney sitting there who is supposed to do the talking. Yeah, now as we get into the hearing stuff, Jesus fucking Christ with this guy. I mean,
just shut up.
I've been through a divorce where you had to, go to court and get all this done. Mm-hmm. You sit there, you let your attorney speak for you. He's the professional. You let him go. And he does a better job of representing you than you would do of representing yourself because you're emotional. You're going to fuck up. So Nick decides to pipe up while his attorney's sitting right there because he has to show off for his lady up in the balcony. Remember the side piece came to CPS hearings.
He's got to look good for her.
Yeah, he's got to show her I can lawyer. You know how the internet says I'm a fucking retard who doesn't know how to lawyer? Well, we only say that because you can't wake up for traffic court. But you're worse than Joe Pesci at the beginning of My Cousin Vinny. But he's going to get in there and he's going to show his lawyer. This is why I don't see him taking a plea deal. This motherfucker constantly thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. Motherfucker, if I was in the room, you weren't the smartest guy in the room, and I'm an idiot. You're a dumb guy. You're a fucking dumb guy who mommy and daddy never told you no. Mommy and daddy always told you were special. And now at 42, we're seeing how the rotten fruit falls from the tree. Because now,
if
now
you were the
think
smartest
you're smarter
guy
than
in
your
the
lawyer.
room, we wouldn't be here, sir.
Yeah, that's a great point. If you were the smartest guy in the room, you wouldn't be here. You know who the smartest person in the room was that day? Kayla. Because at least Kayla went to the oldest and said, these are the consequences of our actions. Kayla was smarter than you on this day. So the lawyer is there, this time taking a simple question of whether the parents have, quote, been cooperating with drug testing as his time to belt out objection. The fucking client yelled out objection. Represent yourself if you want to represent yourself, but don't have a lawyer there and yell out objection. Why his lawyer didn't hit him with a phone book at that moment, I have no idea. So he yells out objection to whether or not the parents have been cooperating with drug testing.
What are you going to object about this?
That's the question.
You're trying to get your kids back. Objection. This will make me look really bad. We can't do this.
It's devastating to my case. Objection to the introduction of the drug test evidence that wasn't even the call of the question. So he objected to the drug test evidence being released when that's not even what they were doing. They were asking, you been taking drug tests? That's a yes or no.
Yeah. That should be
Yeah, would be his answer if he was being honest. But no, you should be able to just answer that question. It does not look good when you try to fight the drug test evidence all the time and you insist to everybody, I didn't take any drugs. I'm not on drugs. I don't have a coke problem. But keep those tests private. Lock that shit away.
So objection to the introduction of the drug test evidence that wasn't even the call of the question. As if panicking at the thought of ever discussing the parents' own hair follicle tests on May 30th, for which they'd swiftly revoked consent to release results to any county officials, and which their later July 13th motion sought to suppress altogether for the sole reason that the guardian ad litem, the advocate for the kids, shouldn't have gotten her hands on the results. This time, the different judge was having none of it and asked Nick's attorney whether she'd like to make an objection for him. So Nick goes, they just ask if he'd been taking tests. And Nick, in an effort to look totally innocent, goes, no, you can't use our hair follicle test. Objection. No. And the judge doesn't even address him. What the judge should have said is, hey, fuckhead, that's not the question. That's not what we're asking, you dipshit. But instead, what the judge does is like basically no-sells Nick and goes, counsel, would you like to object? And the lawyer's probably just looking at him and looking at the judge and going, why am I even fucking here?
And what the fuck are we going to object this for? There's no reason.
There's no reason to object. Answer the fucking question. Number 7, leaving aside the parents' May 30th hair follicle test. God, a lot of people want to see the body cam footage, of the arrest, which I don't really need.
You want the follicle test.
Right.
Well, you don't need to. You know what's on that footage.
Yeah.
You've been there.
I know what that house looks like. I think the last time I was there was a couple weeks after I was done because Kayla had me come over for a second and then we went out. I picked her up at the house. That was the funniest, man. When, because Kayla wanted to still, have a connection after I left. And I go there and I'm waiting for Kayla. And Nick comes home. And Nick walks by me and he goes, hey. And I go, It was just, I hate you. Go fuck yourself. I hate you too. Go fuck yourself. Now,
While I wait for your wife.
yes, I'm going to lift your wife up and press her against your truck and make out with her aggressively for a while. Excuse me. I have shit to attend to, sir. That was weird. That was, we were making out behind their, big van. And Nick came out to throw the garbage out and saw us. And I'm like, oh, God, this is so fucking weird. It was strange.
Jesus Christ.
As long as she was happy. So,
Oh, yeah, because you got nothing out of it.
number 7, leaving aside the parents' May 30th follicle test with the result that they've aggressively tried to bury ever since. Sure enough, their first urine results were handed to the state at the last minute in the hallway before the hearing. So, Remember, cocaine stays in urine for what, 24 to 48 hours?
I don't know.
Stay in urine. 1 to 2 days. So about 24 hours. Cocaine stays in your urine. So all you got to do is not do coke for 24 hours and you can piss clean. Right?
Yep.
And if you're trying to get your kids back, you're stopping everything, right? Like you're done with every
Should be.
intoxicant, every bad thing.
He threw out all the booze. I thought we were done. Clean living.
Say that again, Johnny.
He threw out all the booze.
And
He
now
said he got rid of all the booze.
he
got
said
rid of everything.
He said that when? How soon after getting out of jail did he say he threw away all the booze?
I think like his first stream that he came back on.
First stream back, he said, I got rid of the booze. It's out of the house. His first urine tests were handed to the state at the last minute in the hallway, which even then still tested positive for alcohol almost 2 weeks after the arrest. So this motherfucker is still boozing, still drinking it up. And remember, this is in the afternoon, so that means like he's fucking drinking today. Because they say it takes 1 hour to process one drink out of your body.
Okay.
To get that out of your system. So this motherfucker, this was an afternoon hearing, and he pissed hot for booze, meaning he was drinking that morning. He was drinking, he was day drinking the day he had a fucking CPS test after he told the world. Remember, Nick always tells the truth. He's a stand-up guy. He got all the booze out of his house. Now, that's a dumb fucking thing to say because let's assume the impossible and that he's telling the truth. You can go get more booze. It's not impressive to throw all the booze out of your house.
Right. And it's so easy to have forgotten one here or there.
Yeah.
So, again, like, I threw all the booze out of my house. Like, okay, sure. But now you can't get drunk on stream at all, or you're called out on that. So apparently now you have to squeeze your drinking into every moment that you're not on air. That's going to be more of a problem.
Sam Show says he's focused on owning the internet and he'll destroy himself over it. Classic lolcow behavior. Yeah, I mean, his inability to be honest with himself. Like, he'd have to be honest with himself before he came and was honest with any of you. And he can't even do that. They're saying it's all over at April's new nanny condo. So he goes over there to drink. No, I disagree with you. I don't think he ever took the booze out of the house. I think it's still fucking there. Alcohol can be detected in urine 3 to 5 days via the ethyl glyceride test or 10 to 12 hours via the traditional method. Well, this was the traditional method. So if he's got alcohol in his urine, and this is, say, 2 in the afternoon, that means at the earliest he was drinking at 2 in the morning. But more likely, he was drinking in the morning and the afternoon.
Oh man, I don't know why you would. Again, I don't know why you would keep telling everybody you got rid of all the booze and all the stuff if it's there. Like, these tests are not going to hide it because you insist you're not doing it.
Right. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says April did Coke, Aaron did Celsius. What is the difference? You know what? Good point. But I got rid of the
One's
Celsius.
legal.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. Gray Duckling with $2 says alcohol can stay in your system for 80 hours. Hulk, well, he still lied about the fucking throwing it away. Hulkamash with $1.99 says it's 1 hour to process out of your bloodstream. Okay. What would it be, more or less for urine? Chances more than likely he was drinking the night before, probably into that morning, if he pissed hot for booze. Either way, you're a lying liar who lies. Number 8. Again, Candy Ojai County Health and Human Services insisted that the agency still continue to supervise visits because both sets of grandparents have lived whatever incredibly sheltered existence it would be to, quote, be unfamiliar with what somebody under the influence looks like. So the grandparents who are watching the kids say, you know, hey, can we just bring them over and, you know, everybody hangs out and the kids are fine. And the county's like, no. Like, why? Well, do you know how to tell when someone's fucked up? And the grandparents are like, no. And I feel like what they should have said was, have you ever watched one of Nick's streams? You know, show him the sleepy stream. You know,
have you ever been to a bar? Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
show him the one that got Nick arrested. That's what someone being fucked up looks like. And more oddly, because at least Nick's parents still did, quote, these are Nick's parents. Unlike Kayla's. Remember, Kayla's family helped get them arrested.
right.
Kayla's family was like, this is fucked up. These guys are not okay. Somebody
This
needs
has
to
to
do something.
stop.
Right. And I know Dan. Dan's a no-nonsense kind of dude. Like I said, Dan's my favorite. Kayla's stepdad is a fucking good dude. And he would not put up with that kind of shit. I can't imagine how he's handling this. Because this is something unfathomable to a guy like him. So I hope he's doing okay.
Well, then, no offense though, but has he not? How much of a relationship has he had then? Because like you haven't noticed this stuff going on around them, or
Well, I mean, I only saw them like I'd go over to their. We were over at their house once. We'd go out for dinner. We'd see them at the children's events and things like that. And I would always I'd talk fucking Vikings. You know, saw him at church that one time. I'd talk Vikings with Dan and shit like that. We'd sit and talk forever. I love that guy. He's great.
right?
But he at least, you know, he and Kayla's mom and sister and everyone else were like, this is fucked up. You know? But Nick's parents, so again, shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations, not holding little baby Nick accountable for anything, never teaching little baby Nick any lessons. Nick's 42 years old. I stood there at the door while his dad goes, do your fucking taxes. Nick's dad had to put a finger in his face, look at him and go, do your fucking taxes. I will. It was like a little kid being lectured because Nick's like, I will, God. It was pathetic. A man in his 60s, probably his late 60s, having to tell his 42-year-old son, do your taxes. He even said, do your taxes. That's why I'm up here. So I'm thinking,
Oh my God, he made a trip up just to
Well,
get him to do his taxes.
I think he was up to watch the kids. I think he was like, Nick, you done your fucking taxes? Because I believe the dad had to make a payment on property taxes once, and he was not fucking happy about that. But Nick doesn't remember to pay his taxes. So I think Daddy Ricada probably came up to watch the kids because he watched them all that week. That's why, you know, I picked up the tab at dinner as a thank you, because you thank your fucking parents for watching your goddamn kids. You pick up a fucking
week.
tab. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, it was like, well, thank you for giving, you know, I paid the tab because I was like, this gave me a lot more time to spend time and hook up with your daughter-in-law, so I really appreciate that. There you go. It's a tasteless joke. I think he came up to watch the kids so Nick wouldn't have an excuse as to why he doesn't get his taxes
Wouldn't do
done.
his taxes.
Because remember, Nick's excuse for everything. You know, he yells at that cop with the speeding ticket. I'm running the kids around all the time. Motherfucker, you don't have a job. You're not stressed out because you're running the kids around. I've made the kids run 2 different days. It was not hard. It's not difficult to make the kids run for the Ricada family, especially when you have no job.
Yeah.
And mom doesn't have a job. You can make those runs. He was stressed because he was fucking blitzed on coke all the time. But as you know, Johnny, your stress level is over here.
It's here. And then when you
Exactly. Johnny explains it better than I do. So
stress level is here. Yeah, no.
Nick's parents, quote, do not believe that Mr. and Mrs. Ricada used any type of substance in the first place, such that some sort of facilitator would need to babysit both sets of grandparents through use recognition education, brushing up on what you or I might call basic common sense. So Nick's parents don't even think that there needs to be someone to be educating them, because they don't, you know, their baby boy and their precious Nick and precious boy would never do drugs.
You would never do something so wrong. Our boy is a straight-laced guy.
I wonder what the fuck he told them about those 26 grams of coke.
I mean, I don't know, man. Like, my parents are fuck-ups, but if the cops bust me with 26 grams of coke, there's no telling them that I don't do drugs. No, they don't bust you with 26 grams because you're clean. So, yeah, I feel like just the size alone, really, you can't be like, oh no, our son doesn't do drugs, really. So what, was he a mule? El Chapo of the area, or what?
What is this? Address this. I always hate that. I always like doing that with people when they're being fucking dumb and you just go, no. Before we talk about anything else, address this. Tell me what you think and make it reasonable. Let's figure this part out first. Because I'd be dying to hear that explanation. And I could look Nick's parents right in the eye and I could just look at him and go, you're wrong. Aaron, how do you know that they do it? I've literally been there. I've watched them. I've seen it with my own eyes. Your kid, not only does your little baby boy do cocaine, he positively loves the shit. Oh, listen to his speech on stress. You're gonna love. I want to tap his dad. I want to backhand his dad on the shoulder and be like, fucking listen to this shit. Nick, do the stress thing. Do the
stress thing. Explain how it works.
Bob, fucking watch this. It's like a fucking monkey. Go ahead. Tell him about the stress. Well, you see your stress level goes like, Bob, can you fucking believe this shit? You don't think he's fucked up? Come on. Celeste, come on. Listen to him. Did you hear the stress thing? Either he's on coke or you raised a retard. Both are possible. Talk amongst yourselves. Number 9. All right, we're getting to the end of this. There's 3 more points. And again, we're watching we're looking at the MN Public Records document drop on the Rekieta Family Child Protective Services hearing that April, the side piece, was in the fucking attendance for. By the way, I should go get the documents today and show you. It happened like 2 weeks ago, but the divorce is final.
Yeah.
Signed by a judge, all good. Even though April and Nick tried to get a little more money out of me after she signed the paperwork. He should give me this. He should give me that. I was like, bitch, fucking judge has already signed it. Shut the fuck up. What are you two coked out retards babbling about? Number 9. Another testament to Nick's Herculean work ethic can be found in the fact that he, Kayla, and the live-in nanny must not have been enough to clean the disgusting house so hard to walk around without stepping on clothing, bedding, and blankets on their own, because it turns out this is embarrassing.
This is in the CPS report, by the way.
This is in the CPS hearing. This is in court.
Oh, it's in the hearing.
Yeah. This house was fucking disgusting. The carpets, like I said, the carpets are stained and blackened. They need to be ripped up and replaced in the entire house, especially in the basement. Just full of garbage, wrappers, old papers, just shit, broken toys. Just shit. And then the upstairs is nothing but dirty clothes, and then nothing but clean clothes in the living room. Yeah, there's nowhere to sit down. The kitchen island was a fucking disaster. The kitchen table, I would always clean that kitchen table, and a couple weeks later, if I didn't stay on top of it, was fucking cluttered again. Sink just full of dishes. Whiskey glass. Oh my God, that was the number one thing, dude. Every time I did dishes, that whole top row of the dishwasher was just whiskey glasses. Because April and Nick could not stop their fucking drinking. Holy shit. So anyway, I would almost say the alcoholism was as bad as the coke. Like
right.
they were as bad with booze as they were with cocaine. But the house was in disastrous condition. Like, take the worst house you've ever seen. It's probably around there. It turns out that the poor grandparents had to do much, if not all of the cleaning for them. 42 years old and a 40-year-old stay-at-home mother and a 29-year-old poke toy, fuck toy nanny. I mean, honestly.
And you guys needed the grandparents to do the laundry.
You're 42 years old and mommy and daddy, let's let this sink in. Mommy and daddy had to come clean your house for you. And your parents don't think you were on coke? Your parents don't think you did drugs?
Then they must not think very highly of you, because if they walk into that shit show, they gotta be like, oh no, this is just regular behavior.
Right.
My son's a complete failure. This could totally happen.
I'd almost rather my parents think I was on coke if they walked in and saw that house.
Right.
I don't want
there's a reason.
Right. So mommy and daddy Just like everything else in Nick's life. Remember, this is a guy who was, in terms of his own work, in terms of what he had earned, broke as a joke until he was almost 40. And then found a horseshoe up his ass called Rittenhouse and Depp. And then squandered all of that, which is amazing. If I had been born into the situation Nick had born into, I'd be a nationally syndicated radio host right now. I'd be one of the biggest names in the broadcasting business.
Okay.
If Nick had been born into the situation I was born into, he'd be living in a meth trap house right now. Nick has no ability to do anything on his own. As evidence, at 42 years old, Johnny, who came and cleaned the house?
The grandparents did.
No. Give it the respect it deserves.
The grandparents did.
No. Who cleaned the house? Not grandparents. Say the words like they should for a baby boy who needs to be taken care of.
Mommy and Daddy came and cleaned the house.
Mommy and Daddy came to clean the 42-year-old man's house. Not just Mommy and Daddy coming to clean the 42-year-old man's house, but 42-year-old man who has just been arrested, charged with multiple felonies, cocaine all over his house, lost his 5 children, and needs desperately to get them back. He can't put the bottle down. He can't clean his house. And who knows if he's doing coke or not. But Mommy and Daddy are going to come bail him out. Bob, Celeste, quit it. Knock it off.
It's really helping. Doing all this picking up after your son at this point in his age. He's really getting his shit together.
You guys are really teaching him good lessons. How about for the second half of his life? Oh, who are we kidding? He ain't making it to 70. 60's even a crapshoot. But how about one time you teach the boy a lesson? Haven't you been wiping his ass and cleaning his house and taking care of him long enough? Over 4 decades? Don't you want to have a life?
Eventually you're going to be dead. Who's going to do it then? Like, I mean, come on.
Right. You know, when April and I first hung out there, this is before any sex stuff. When April and I first started hanging out there, we looked at that basement and we were disgusted. And this is the difference between April before drugs and April after drugs. Because April before drugs, her and I had a plan to clean the Ricada home and get them to help us clean the Ricada home because it was disgusting. When April and I went there, we were disgusted by their house and disgusted by their inability to keep a home. But as soon as April started doing booger sugar, she stopped giving a fuck about what that house looked like. There was one day I remember that we were doing laundry. And it was April and I trying to get Nick to do laundry. Kayla was running the kids around somewhere. And we got a few loads of laundry in. And that's as far as it went. No laundry ever after that. I mean, we didn't put a dent in the fucking thing. But I remember being down there with Kayla and April. Nick wouldn't come down. And I was teaching them how to clean their fucking basement. I go, Kayla, break this room down into grids. Because she's like, look, it's such a big mess. There's so much shit. And I told her, I said, break the room into grids. Break it into squares and clean each.
Do one part and then move to another part.
Make that square clean and then move to the next square. And I probably got 2 or 3 squares on the grid clean. And I go, you see how that works? She goes, yeah, we can do that. And then once my wife got drugs in her, man, she didn't give a fuck about cleaning that house anymore. So then Mommy and Daddy had to come in and clean the house only after they got arrested. They would have never cleaned that house. Ever.
Even under all this court stuff, they would have never gotten it done?
Never. And even then, there was a noted failure to remove any residual exposure to cocaine by wiping every surface down with bleach. Which, I mean, if you live in a trap house and you've got to clean it up, you have to bleach all the surfaces because you don't know what's on there.
Right.
I mean, if he's willing to do a line of coke off of my kitchen counter after I told him not to, he's more than willing to do it off his own.
And at this point, I just would think, after what we've heard, bleach the entire fucking house. Whether there's drug substances or not, just clean that motherfucker. Bleach that shit.
Well, remember, Nick can't have bleach in his house. It's incredibly dangerous for the children.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want them to be taking it on a weekly basis.
Right. That'd be fucking irresponsible as parents.
Right.
Almost as irresponsible as having Mommy and Daddy come and clean your house for you, for fuck's sake. Now, when it came down to selecting the appropriate cleaning protocol, the Recadas refused to even so much as discuss what substance was there and don't necessarily believe that it was even in their home.
So the cops planted 26 grams. Like, I mean, was the gun a drop gun too? He didn't own any firearms?
No. What they're saying is they don't know if they have any fucking bleach.
Oh, they don't know if they have any bleach? I thought you were saying they didn't know if they.
That's what I thought at first too.
Yeah, no.
The Recadas refused to even so much as discuss what substance was there and don't necessarily believe that it was even in their home. Besides, why? Oh, no, maybe they are talking about cocaine. This says, because why would such basic cleaning supplies even be around, giving Nick's protestations to Chrissy Mayer about bleach being so much more dangerous to children than cocaine? I'm sorry, Johnny, you were right. I was wrong. They didn't even want to discuss. They wouldn't even acknowledge that cocaine was even there. So the CPS people are trying to say, did you clean all the cocaine off these surfaces with bleach? And they fucking had the balls to go, what cocaine? So they are riding we didn't have cocaine in our house all the way to what? Trial? If you go to trial, you're going to prison.
Yeah, if you're going to refuse this that hard, it's going to be pretty difficult to prove the evidence wrong when we get to, because I imagine at the court case, they can do the body cam footage. They can, again, show the evidence.
Right.
Do they have the little safe or whatever that it was kept in? Like, look, this is where he kept it. This is what it was in.
Oh, yeah, they've got everything.
They got it all.
They've got it all. They've got the whole thing. So they won't even acknowledge it was in their house. All right, we got two more of these. So far, the most interesting things to me are April's in the gallery. You brought your fucking side piece to your CPS hearing to get your kids back.
That'll look good.
Mommy and Daddy had to come clean the house. And Kayla finally acknowledged that they'd done something wrong. Those are my three big takeaways so far. Number 10, as reiterated in later case plans, Sweep elaborates on Health and Human Services safety meeting attempt to plan around drug use, having been hampered by the parents having stated they do not want to answer any questions regarding that. So she's trying to say, if we're going to bring your kids back, we got to talk about drug use and we got to talk about the consequences of that and all that. And they're like, we're not talking about that because we don't do drugs.
Oh, boy, that'll really, really help you get those kids back.
And Health and Human Services, having been unable to do any safety planning around the children returning because they had not been able to establish sobriety or establish how these substances were found and got into the home in the first place. Now, Nick's been saying the kids are coming home. You know, he's using it. He's trying to own the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Best case, the kids aren't coming home. What's going to start happening is, maybe after August 12th, is that the kids will be allowed to be brought to the house for supervision.
Yeah.
That is not the same as the kids are coming. The kids are coming home, Mr. Technicality, shitty lawyer guy. We all speak the commonality of language. We know what that means is that your children now live with you full time all the time. That's what the kids are coming home means.
The kids are coming by for a visit with the state. A little bit different.
Little different. Number 11, and this is the last one. As reiterated in the July 13th motion, the defense seemed to have given up on outright reunification and pushed instead for having the grandparents move into the Recadas' home, which Health and Human Services also found unacceptable, in part because foster care in the home from which the children were removed and would be ineligible for foster parent licensure. And moreover, because of hampered safety planning around Mr. and Mrs. Recadas' access to that home. And lack of a plan of how their access to the home would be restricted, even if they were to move to the second residence. Well, Mom and Grandma and Grandpa can't move to the other residence.
April's living there.
April's living there. For goodness
Unless, of course,
sake.
Grandpa wants to start hitting the side piece, too, I guess. I mean...
It's a family thing. It's a family thing. And have not yet, the second house has not yet been inspected to see if it would be safe. And that was so close as to let the parents have access to the children unsupervised What were these pesky county prudes so afraid of? Now, the best part about this is MN Public Records did not release the full hearing. So the next time Nick streams,
We get the rest of the hearing.
we get the rest of it. We get to hear the whole thing. This is madness. I mean,
It's unbelievable. I can't think. You know what'll really make the state think I've turned everything around? If I'm still hanging out with the same lady I shouldn't have been hanging out with before.
that I got arrested with, and we all have felony
Yeah.
charges. We all have matching felony charges. We got matching bracelets, tattoos, and felony charges. Go us. Kicking ass and taking names over here. Woo. I don't know. I just I can't wait to see what's next.
Well, I mean, we're getting close. The 12th is the court date?
21st.
21st. Then what's August 12th? You said something about August 12th.
I think that was supposed to be when they make a ruling on the kids coming back. I thought. I could be wrong about that. Oh, shit. I fucked that up. I was going to go to some of the audience texts. Nick thinks he's Matthew McConaughey's character in The Lincoln Lawyer. He's really the stuttering lawyer in My Cousin Vinny. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Johnny, did you notice he was on coke when you met him at the October show?
Nope.
He was on Molly that night.
Yeah, so I didn't notice he was on coke.
He said so. He said he was on Molly. People who watch Nick's stream should be encouraging him to get drunk and high. I don't think he needs any encouragement. Really. All right, guys, we are 260 away from knocking it out today. We took a break from talking to you about anything goal-related because we wanted to entertain you and get along with this. So please throw us some money. Throw us a little something for the effort. Giving you a nice show today. Got about 1,300 of you watching the old Steel Toe. If you want to throw in $5-10, there's the PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo links. Go ahead and throw something in there. Support the show. And, of course, ask away. Ask any questions you might have. And that those revelations may have brought out, and perhaps I can answer them for you. Let's go to the phones. And Ryobi, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I just want to make a quick music request. Ozzy Osbourne, Mama, I'm Coming Home. That's for Nick and his kids.
Hi, everybody. We got
Talk to you
Ryobi
later.
on the line, and he wants to hear Mama, I'm Coming Home by Ozzy Osbourne here on K-Rock. Thank you very much, Ryobi. There we go. Musical requests. There we go.
That was interesting.
There's a super chat / PayPal idea. Song requests for the Ricada family reunion. Rusty Grammer with $2 says, if this story doesn't at least become a Lifetime movie, I will be disappointed. Speaking of which, update, that guy who wrote me on Facebook and said that he follows this YouTube drama shit and that he works for a studio that makes a lot of Lifetime movies and wanted to talk about writing something.
Right?
He sent me some stuff over the weekend, dude. He's legit. Like, he's a guy who's trying to move his way up in in that business.
Right.
Like, he's not a muckety muck. He's not like a head guy, but he's like, I'd like to write this story with you. And I don't know if he's a small time guy at that company, but he thinks this could help him out. And he follows a lot of YouTube drama and shit like that.
Okay.
I'm thinking about working with him.
Okay.
I'm thinking about it. I mean, obviously, you'd have to change all the names and everything else.
Right. But who's going to, I don't mean to be selfish. Who's going to play me? Am I even in this story? Or do we just cut me out because I'm
Well,
not
you'd
good
have
at
to
the
be
job?
in it because we'd have to be doing shows.
Right.
There'd have to be podcast stuff and yeah.
I'd like to request Jake Gyllenhaal. I'd like to see him in a wheelchair if we could.
I mean, we're gonna be on a budget, I'm thinking.
All right, all right, fine. Donald Glover. I'll take Donald Glover. I'll be black.
I think you went with a more expensive actor.
Shit. Really? Damn it.
Oh no, Gyllenhaal. No, Gyllenhaal's probably more expensive.
Gyllenhaal's got to be way more than Donald Glover.
Las Tejas Synthesizer says Lifetime Summer 2025. The Nick Ricada story, not without my cocaine. Um,
Not without my blow.
I'm trying to think of what the title of the movie could be. I mean, obvious ones are like Breaking the Law.
Four is a crowd.
Yeah, four is a crowd. Suck and blow.
Oh.
I don't know.
On air. It's like Con Air, but now it's just on air. We take the C out.
And then, of course, there's always going to be Breaking Baldo.
Oh, of course. Breaking.
Yeah.
I love Breaking Baldo. That one should be like what we go with, but I don't think that'll pass on a large scale.
Chevy fan says DJ Qualls can play Aaron. I hate you for that. I hate you. Oh, the Uncoverables with a Q. Uncoverables.
Okay.
Cover Me with a Q. We could work with cover. Under the Cover.
Ooh, there we go.
And with a Q. That would get people asking. They'd be like, what the fuck does that mean? I don't.
Some like it hot tub.
I like Some Like It Hot Tub. That's pretty fucking good. Holy shit. Kotod cuck-splaining the interwebs, the Nick Rekieta story. Oh. Hot tub crack machine, says SC Motorsports. Citizen M, one too many. Wait, that's taken. Yeah. I don't.
Can we call it aggressively monogamous?
Ooh, I like that. Aggressively monogamous, the Nick Rekieta story. Little Lemmy. Is that the Little Lemmy? God bless. She says, one flew over the cocaine nest. People have been asking me, I've been getting DMs. They're like, are you and Lemmy fucking cool now? Because she's been fucking owning Keanu and this and that. I'm like, I don't do the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I've never disliked Lemmy. Lemmy has feelings about other people. She's allowed to feel them. I will find Lemmy's one of those people that April kind of played, because I remember when April was messaging Lemmy, like, I want off this show. I'm done with this. April would tell me, she's like, Lemmy's texting me and trying to get information out of me, and it's pissing me off, and I'm fucking annoyed. And I'm like, there were and then she was, she was talking to somebody else about Lemmy. I can't remember who it was. And she was like, she won't leave me alone and blah, 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 all this other shit. And it's just like, she would tell people one thing about someone else, then she'd go to that other person and go shit on the other person that she was shitting on you about, and then go shit on them. Like it happened.
Shitting on everybody.
Dude, it fucking happened so many times. It's remarkable. Lemmy says we barely texted. It was like Facebook messages or texts or whatever. And April was telling me about them. And she's like, I just want these people to fucking stop. And
Well, the key to that is not responding.
Right. Lemmy says, and she was long-winded. Yeah, I mean, April did that all the time. She'd what do you call that? When you complain to someone else about someone, then go to that other person and complain about that other person. I know it's pitting people against each other, but there's a word for it.
I have no idea what the word is, though.
Oh, there's a fucking word for it. Yeah, she would anytime April would get criticized, the sky was falling and everything was over. Lemmy says two-faced. There's a word for it, and I'm fucking it up. It's like a big word. It's a smart person's word, and I don't have it. But if she got criticized, she would go complain to everyone she could about how everything was awful and unfair and terrible if she caught any criticism. And then she'd come back to me and she'd say, these people are this and they're that. And I would always say, ignore them. Let them go. Oh, you don't care. And I'm just like, I do care. That's why I'm telling you, if you're going to keep following this stuff and keep letting it bother you, you're going to go insane. I'm trying to tell you to let it go because there's only one place this road leads to. Little did I know that there were about 4 or 5 different places. But yes, Lost Chaos Synthesizer says, no smart people words, Toe. That's off brand. My name is Aaron. My name is not Toe. Guys, do us a big favor. Throw a couple of bucks in the pot. Let's sweeten this up. We gave you the big document drop today, and we didn't ask you for money. So now what we're going to do is we're going to need to knock down that 260 number in the next hour and a half. I appreciate it. So we have one more Nick thing, and then we've got a bunch of other shit we can get to today.
What's the last Nick thing?
So the new document drop came out. It ruined Nick's stream again, as it fucking always does. And then Nick decided, I don't know why. I don't know why. Johnny just goes, oh, that's right. I love when Johnny remembers the teases from earlier in the show.
Just of all the things, dude, like you're going to go to the guy that runs the site that's trolling you, flaming you, whatever, and you're going to, again, why are you trying to win these people over?
I don't know.
There's no winning there.
I don't know.
Let it go.
Dude, I go and I creep on Kiwi Farms and I go read it. I don't read my own. I think that's fucking retarded to read your own. Everyone's just going to talk about what a piece of shit you are. That's
Right.
fine. They get to do that. But I do read Nick's because I like the MN public record stuff and Josh's updates on body cams and things like that. And once in a while, I get a few comments talking about what a piece of shit I am, which is, always nice. But apparently Nick, and watching Nick is what made me realize I'm not a narcissist. I just have, as my therapist says, maladaptive coping strategies, which I've gotten much better. But watching him need to control people, watching him need to control how people think, even people who don't like him, is remarkable to me because I've always been someone my entire life, whether I've dealt with it healthily or not, have always been like, if someone doesn't like me, fuck them. They don't like me. I don't need to talk to them. They don't need to talk to me.
All right.
That's fine. Whatever.
You be a dick, I'll be a dick, we'll both fuck off.
That's exactly how it works. So yesterday, Nick apparently starts texting Josh from Kiwi Farms. Now, this is another one where I'm going to say, I hope this dude is on fucking cocaine. I hope he's on blow, because if he's not, what the fuck are you doing? Apparently, Nick reads the farms, as the cool kids call it. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the farms, but Nick apparently reads his thread. And he gets fucking butthurt and he gets mad and angry about the shit that's written there. Everybody's wrong and everybody's a liar and nobody knows what really happened. And I'm sorry, Johnny, but I was there for 5 months. And I can tell you that Kiwi Farms has told so many more truths than Nick has about this whole situation. We ain't even keeping score anymore.
Why would a guy lie?
Right? Why would a guy lie?
It's my favorite line from Suicide Kings. Why would a guy lie?
So, Josh puts this up at Kiwi Farms. It says, missive from the court of Baldo. Josh is a funny motherfucker, man. Hear ye, hear ye. It is the 4th day of August in the year, he should have said the year of our Lord, but that's fine. In year 2024, since the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. I apologize, Josh. I have been contacted by King Baldo through a series of ropes and pulleys and given a missive. In accordance with the unspoken agreement, the body of such missive will be presented as accurately as possible without direct copies, thereby granting the benefit of a doubt that I am simply making it all up. We remember when Josh had those documents.
Right.
Of the kid testing positive for cocaine. And he said, I'm 90% sure that this is legit. Source, my own ass. So here is the summary of Nick's text. Now, again, thank you, Bo Beats No Sheeps. Thank you. $2 says triangulation is the big word I was thinking of.
All right, we got it. We got
Yes.
it figured out. Triangulation.
Triangulation. I appreciate that. And again, guys, fucking roll on with that money to keep this shitty fucking show going. So here we go. Text messages from Nick to Josh. And again, this is to a group of people who thinks he's a dumb piece of shit, who thinks he's a worthless junkie, all these different things. And as Johnny said, he feels the need to change these people's minds.
You're not going to.
Here we go. Sir Ricada finds it necessary to impart the following upon the undeserving and unwashed masses. Are you ready for Nick's messages to all of you?
Yes, I am.
Sir Ricada dearly wishes the footage be made available. Talking about the body cam footage. Which is bullshit because Nick could snap his fingers today and say, I consent. We can release the body cam footage. Actually, Josh has already offered April, I think, $5,000 to approve of the body cam footage being released. So that's very interesting. I will tell you this, Josh, from someone she's taken $5,000 from recently. Won't last very long. Sir Ricada dearly wishes the footage be made available. However, due to the court order in the Chips case, as a result of a request he filed himself, discovery is sealed. So wait a minute. Let's replay that. Nick wants the body cam footage to be made available.
Right.
Johnny, I'm going to give you the chance to close this up to see where I'm going with this.
Well, he wants the body cam footage to be available. He should just not do the Chips thing and just consent to releasing it. I don't see.
Right.
It seems like the only one getting in the way of it releasing is him.
It's almost like he lies a lot. Sir
It's like he's full of shit.
He dearly wishes that the footage be made available. But because of a request he filed himself, discovery is sealed. So he wants us all to see the body cam footage so badly that he sealed the release of the body cam footage. You know what? Actually, this one's insulting. If you're going to lie to me,
dude, come
fucking
on.
lie. You know?
Jesus Christ.
Put in some goddamn effort, you motherfucker. Don't just sit here and... Did you have too busy of a day? Was this a shower text, or were you texting Josh while mommy and daddy were cleaning? His mom and dad literally swept for him.
And the funniest part is the lady coming after him is named Alicia Sweet.
I know, that's the best. And I believe the Wilmer police chief's name is Jim Felt. So Felted Chino Casino. His whole thing. His parents were literally sweeping for him. So more texts from Nick to Josh. Sir Ricada states that consenting to such a release would make him look irresponsible in the eyes of the court. Dude, you think it's going to make you look irresponsible in the eyes of the court? Wait until people actually see what the condition of your fucking house was before mommy and daddy came and cleaned it for their 42-year-old invalid retard son.
And we really, really wouldn't want this court thinking you're irresponsible. I mean, you've built up such a good rapport so far with the continually fighting them, trashing them on the internet, needing your mom and dad to come pick up after you like a fucking toddler. Right. We would not want this court to lose faith in you.
Oh, my God. That's a great point. Yeah, we'd hate for the court to think you were irresponsible. They're going to think I'm some kind of loose cannon if I go and do something like that. So, if he consents to releasing the body cam footage, it would make him look irresponsible in the eyes of the court, revealing intimates of his home for the benefit of only an evil doxing website. Well, at least he got one thing right, which the court would not find amusing. You know what else the court probably doesn't find amusing is you lying all the time and going, Alicia Sweep is a fucking liar. You're a liar, Miss Sweep. You're a fucking liar.
Liar.
Now, you told me you weren't going to go in the bedroom, and here you are. You're trying to go in the bedroom, and you're wasting my time, and you're wasting my wife's time, and you're not coming in this bedroom. You lied to me, Miss Sweep. You're a bald-faced liar. You're a goddamn liar. You're a fucking liar.
You poop.
You poop mouth. Sir Ricada would like to point out that I fled the country for unknown reasons and that the Kiwi Farms is a bunch of lowly avatars, which makes us even less deserving of seeing the divine footage. I will allow the absurdity of such statements sit as it is, says Josh. You know, Nick doesn't care what other people think of him.
You don't deserve to see that body cam footage. Right, I'm sorry. I forgot we haven't earned it. What's the buy-in? Is it like is it 1 or 2 bumps? I'm not sure.
Yeah. And the final text, Sir Ricada would like to inform this is my favorite text. And it's the way Josh puts it. Sir Ricada would like to inform everyone that they are retarded. I just imagine Nick angrily texting, not seeing any of this as funny, just being dead serious, like, and tell all those Kiwi farms, tell all those Kiwis they're retarded. Hey, Nick wants me to let you know that you're all retards. Take that for what it. Take that from the guy who got busted with an ounce of coke in his house.
I there's no way you win, even if you convince these people
right
to believe your line of thinking. You didn't win anything. But at this point, they're winning all day. This is entertaining to no end. Like, by the way, you're all retarded. All right, yep, up. No, we better give up, guys. Stop digging into this asshole. He called me retarded.
Kiwi Farms here's Nick would like to inform everyone that they are retarded. And Kiwi Farms just goes, well, blind squirrel meat nut. You know? And that the children will be returned. Oh, I think almost immediately into the thread, people with hands-on experience working for state CPS have said that children almost always are returned to the homes, barring extraordinary abuse cases, because a household must be a true horror show to be worse than the system. And I also don't really think the prevailing winds of the thread have been against him ever having custody again, especially supervised custody. Imagine caring so little about your own children that you're only using them to, like, own the internet.
But if you're using your children just to own the internet, why not just go full circle and realize you just don't give a fuck about them and then move on? I mean, it'd be a lot easier, I think, if he just went whole heel. And went, yeah, I did drugs. Yeah, I do blow. Yeah, I like drinking. And I don't give a fuck about my kids. What the fuck are you going to do about it? Like, I think that'd be a lot easier than this continually insisting, like, no, I'm a great person. I don't do all of these things. And then someone else comes out with the paperwork that just literally says you do all these things.
Right. Oh, God, I had one here and I lost it. Anonymous says Nick sent these texts for 2 hours from his large shower. He does send shower texts. It is a thing. Honky says, throw in a Mustang and April will drop her panties and provide commentary to the body cam footage. Josh? Citizen M says, Aaron needs to acknowledge that I am going to, in part, be an advisor to him in the conflict with Nick. There's no conflict. I won. I have my children. I've rebuilt my life. I've acknowledged my wrongdoings and sought help for them. All of these things are miles ahead. Nick's got his mommy and daddy cleaning his house for him. And he's going to prison if he keeps fighting this. So, yeah, I don't think there's any war. Aaron pees in the shower even when he's not taking one. That is not true, MSO. I am vehemently against it. Aaron, did Nick make all of his...
the same drain. I mean, like...
No.
You're already soaped up and you're like cleaning solutions and stuff. I mean, like...
Lemmy says, I got 20 long years for some dust in a baggie. McBuster says, remember, we have heard no details from the 8 children and the rest of the cover. Only Aaron. Well, yeah, you've heard from Nick. You've heard a lot. It's all bullshit. Snigger Niggardly says, Stannis Baratheon's shadow baby planted the coke. Defense witness, Brienne of Tarth claims. Oh, my God, Brienne.
Was the shadow baby.
That was fucking crazy. You know why they couldn't do more than one shadow baby?
Why?
By the way, because Stannis wasn't strong enough. Apparently, every time he made the magic it took to make a shadow baby, killed him a little each time. So he would be weaker.
Really?
Yeah, he'd be weaker every time there was a shadow baby.
Is that a true thing or just your
No, that's theory? 100. That's a shoot.
That's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. 100.
Well, dude. Bro. I mean, it'd be really hard to make a shadow baby if you saw what the Red Witch looked like without that fucking necklace on.
Oh, my God.
Sweet Jesus.
You have a harder time than Nick getting an erection. All right, boys and girls.
Bring out the Baratheon Baldo.
Yeah. Bring the damn Baldo before I piss myself. Actually, when I was leaving the house and I told him I wasn't coming back, he went, "Run back to St. Cloud. I'll have your head on a spike." I was like, man, I think that church reading might have been for us. I think they might have been chastising us. Someone talk sense into this noble fool.
Oh, I'm glad to be hanging out with you guys. You know, me and April really love being here with you and Kayla. Oh, bless Kayla and her tits.
God bless. Aaron, who was that girl that you were in the polycule with? Aaron, who was that girl that you were with in that polycule? The one with the great big tits you could bury your face in. That was Kayla. God's bless Kayla and her tits. Oh, man. Actually, Nick and April would come up to take a break from the show, and once in a while, Kayla would have to yell out, "We need 10 more minutes." So I would open the door and I would go to Nick. I go, "How does it feel to man the door while your king eats and drinks and shits and fucks?"
Oh, God. That almost makes the whole thing worth it. I mean,
I said, "Nick, do you want to swap spouses?" And he goes, "You honor me." I go, "I'm not trying to honor you. I'm trying to get you to fuck my wife while I whore myself into an early grave." We have to get every Robert Baratheon line and make it somehow work into the polycule. Little Lemmy says the necklace was called a glamour, Johnny. You need to get your nerd chops up.
I'm sorry. Someone get the Baldo stretcher.
You heard, Aaron. Nick's balls are too fat for the Baldo. Get the Baldo stretcher. How long? The Baldo stretcher, Your Grace? How long until he figures it out?
I'm trying to think.
I fucked a woman back at Hedonism 2. Oh, they shit all over themselves. They don't put that part in the songs. Oh. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $2 says, "I thought April hated a Ford but likes a Mustang. I mean, she'll suck dick in any sports car."
So this would be a bad time to mention that I got offered for my car to be like I got contacted by a dealership. They're like, "Hey, we'll totally pay off your loan because you're like ahead on it and stuff, and we could get you into a new 23, 24, Eagle, Dodge, Jeep, Cherokee." Like, I was like, "Hey, I mean, wouldn't mind a Charger. Does that still count as a?"
Oh no, she needed a Challenger.
A Challenger?
Oh no! Snigger niggardly says April, like King Robert, made the 8. Only she lost 8 kids. You ever make the 8, April?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh. I think, Nick, Your Grace, I think that church reading was about us and we should analyze our behavior. Careful, Aaron! Aaron throws the Baldo of the King badge at Nick. Kotad says, me while listening to Aaron compare himself to Bobby B. Just give me something for the cringe and let me die. Oh, I'm sitting there talking about Kayla. Now that I'm out of the polycule, I want everyone to taste the pussy that got me. King Aaron of the House Imholt, murdered by a pussy. I think we're good. 255 is the number. Thank you guys very much. If you could click one of those links and throw us a few bucks, we'd
appreciate it.
We need some chunk plays here. We're getting our ass kicked on a Monday, and we've got an hour and 15 minutes to go, and we've put on a fun one for you. You want to listen to Kamala Harris explain cloud storage?
Yes.
I'm going to let you know right now, you're going to want to hear it more than anything in the world, because fucking nobody explains cloud storage quite like Kamala Harris.
She's been making a lot of really, really good speeches since they elevated her from VP to hopeful president-elect. But a lot of those speeches were highly scripted. So I'm really excited to see what happens when she, cuts it rough. Like, just doesn't, just flies off the handle, just comes barreling in without any people to shop it for her, workshop it.
This person writes in, he loves texting in, by the way, and hates my guts. He says, $25 since you started today's Nick coverage. Maybe try telling everyone how good the show is again. Oh, no, I'm not arguing with you. The viewership was in the thousands during the Nick stuff, but there's no fucking money coming in. You're right about that. I think we're like $90 into today. So, yeah, we definitely need some money help. I will say this. We've been putting on a great show. People always say, just put on a great show. The money will come in. And I always tell them, no, it doesn't. I'm telling you got to do the begging thing if you're our show. So today's more evidence of that. Someone else texting in, I'm worried Nick is going to go full Benoit on either those kids or the polycule. He's capable. No, I don't think he is. I don't think he's capable of Benoit shit. I really don't. I'm pretty fair on that, on all of that stuff. But PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, $250. We need to get a move on pretty quick here, boys and girls. We had our fun for almost 3 hours, and now we got to hit you up for cash. Kamala Harris explaining how the cloud works. Are you ready?
Yep.
Do you know how the cloud works?
The storage of like data?
Yeah.
Or like we talking actual clouds? Because with her, I don't know. If we're talking about cloud storage, I wouldn't say I know enough to comment. I think I know how it works. I could be wrong.
Oh, this guy says it's not hate, Aaron. It's disappointment. You could be doing an actual show. Many of us would support that. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, we usually have to beg no matter what we do. We stay away from this shit. We've got to beg for money. We don't stay away from it. We lean in. We grab new viewers, and we still have to beg. I mean, look, we're a small show. We don't do that well, and we got to scrape and scrounge for every fucking dime and try to get to 350 by the end of the day. That's our reality. I don't see it as good. I don't see it as bad. Different shows are a different way, and we're just not as successful. We rely on the kindness of our audience, and some days they're kinder than others. Let's go ahead and watch Kamala here talk about cloud storage. This, again, breath away from being president of the United States.
So you're now no longer are you necessarily keeping those private files in some file cabinet that's locked in the basement of the house.
Okay, got it so far?
Yep.
They're no
longer in the house.
We're not in the file cabinet anymore.
It's on your laptop, and it's then therefore up here in this cloud that exists above us, right? Mm-hmm. It's no longer in a physical place.
First of all, Kamala, it's not up here.
They call it a cloud. It's not actually in the sky, you dumb bitch. Oh, my God.
She goes, now your data's in a cloud up here. No, it's not.
Up here.
It's just kind of in digital storage. It's not, you don't look up and go, oh, there's all my shit.
So do you drive home, and if it starts raining, you go, oh, no, my memories are falling out of the cloud.
Oh, no.
Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. And also, second thing, ma'am, much less of a point about the cloud's location. The cloud is actually a physical thing. It's servers and data stores. And so what it is, and you should be explaining this properly, before, your private moments, your memories, your photos, they were in your filing cabinet in your house. Now they're on several computers, God knows where, and we're trusting that those computers are safe. Otherwise, someone can get into your filing cabinet and take your precious moments and memories. So just remember,
but they can't get them if they're up above you.
Well, they'll need a really big ladder. They'll need a really, really big ladder. But, hey, did that guy from the Trump thing, did he leave his ladder behind? We might need his ladder.
Yeah, did the Trump shooter leave the ladder? because we might need it to get into the cloud. Because it's a
God damn it. She is so dumb. Why the
Scary Terry with a great point. He goes, Aaron fucks. Funny, weird white guys that aren't fat will always get laid. Thank you, Scary Terry. I appreciate it. He says it's a tale as old as time. Nick lacks the core body strength to go Benoit. He doesn't have a Bowflex, right? No, I don't believe he does.
And he'd have to use it.
McBuster says the polycule is more interesting than another election season. Right? See,
I'll agree with him on that.
People just have different tastes. Like, whenever I talk about this shit, it's like, we obviously do thousands of people when we talk about this shit versus 900 people when we don't. You know, I mean, it's tough for me. It's difficult because you want to talk to as many people as you can. You want to give people what they want, and sometimes those are two different things. No, Kamala, up there is the physical cloud, you know, where your head is always at, says Hablo Pacheco. Bigot on socialist Bigot on socialist media says she's got my vote now. MSO says she truly might be retarded. It's a possibility.
I mean, might.
Sam Show says which one pays more? Neither of them pay very well. Neither talking about the polycule or talking about the news does very well. Steel Toe has been our streaks and whatnot have been less and less lately. We have been making the money. I mean, it does come in eventually. But as far as like hitting the goals during the show, yeah, it's been tougher, dude. It's been a little bit tougher. The numbers are still good. I'm happy with that, but it's nerve-wracking and stressful every day monetarily because those goals kind of represent us breaking even, essentially. Like, there ain't much profit-wise in the old Steel Toe. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says, Aaron, what happened to that insurance check for April's truck from the deer hit? Did she cash the check? Did she use the money to repair the truck or for drugs? I think because it was over $5,000, she had to sign. You have to sign it over to the shop. I don't think you can just pocket it. But she did have a bunch of them sent out. Like, I know she's had at least 3 checks sent out because the first one had my name on it too. So they would have needed my signature on that check. And obviously she wasn't going to come to me and get that. So the next one,
Could she have had someone sign it? Because, like, who knows your signature that well that they could be like, oh, yeah, that's totally not Aaron's signature.
Well, and now she's off my insurance, so it doesn't show. I took her off my insurance, so it doesn't show the check. But she would have, like, so then she had another one sent out, and it was the wrong bank. Then she had a third one sent out. I think that one was finally right. So she probably got her truck fixed up now. Gray Duckling with $10 says, for the news stories. Yeah, there you go, guys. Vote with your fucking wallets. Like, you're never going to get me to do what you want me to do if I don't know which one's more profitable. So if you're like, I want this, and then I'm like, well, how do I know you want that? Like, money's the only thing that talks on this show. The market opening 1,200 points down. Oh, my God, really? Someone says Toe is a whore. He dances for money. The only thing I object to on that is my name is Aaron, not Toe. The rest, yes. Oh, my God. 1,059 points down today.
Oh, shit.
The Dow is getting fucking obliterated. What happened? NASDAQ futures sink 4%. Global
Kamala Harris gave a speech on the cloud. That's what happened.
Right.
That's what happened.
Recession.
Thanks a lot.
Recession fears fuel calls for interest rate cut. The fact that they haven't considered us in a recession for the last couple of years is wild to me.
Well, if they said we were in a recession, then they'd have to start admitting that maybe this isn't the greatest economy ever.
Yeah.
So 30. It's kind of hard when you've been lying this hard all the way in.
That's a good point. 1,000 down 1,059 points today. Holy shit.
If I had money, I'd be concerned.
Invest in Steel Toe. Anders with $20 says, I don't give a shit what you talk about. I just enjoy the show. Thank you. That's the spirit, man. I appreciate that. 20. Now we're going on a little bit of a rally. 225 away from today's goal. Andrew Griffith with 199 says, I hear 16 gets you 20. Iraq comment. Dastardly, Andrew Griffith. Dastardly. 225 is our number for today. Let's hammer it out, and let's call it another win for the toe. All of the links are right there. Easy to throw in a couple of bucks. We appreciate it. All right, so we have Kamala Harris giving us cloud information. We know that your data is stored over your head somewhere. Yeah, up
there.
Up in the cloud someplace. But then we have the Dow down 1,050 some odd points today.
I feel like the two are related.
Yeah. The more she talks, like she gave a speech and everyone goes, did you hear how fucking retarded she sounded? Dude, we're in a lot of trouble here. Chevy fan says Bitcoin is down huge. Friends went minus 86,000 just today. No, fuck that. It's not even worth 86,000.
No, I think he's saying friends who have Bitcoin. If the
a friend who has Bitcoin lost that much. Okay. Oh, shit. Yeah, it's down 16% today. Holy fuck. It's down to 50,931. All right. I mean, it's nowhere near the high, but it's nowhere near the low, I suppose. Coltrane with $1 says market's down 2,400 since Thursday last week, and recession word got used, and that crashed Japan's stock market. Chickens are coming home to roost. That may be why donations are down. People get spooked. Well, I mean, it's possible. We're still going to fucking rattle the cans and see if we can get that 225 taken care of in the next hour, though. It's got to make sure we don't fail and die and rot and go away. Minnesota. Oh, did you see the Minnesota Supreme Court stuff? We talked about this on Rumble Friday, but I think it's important to give to everybody. Did you see what the Minnesota Supreme Court did?
I think so, but I'm having trouble remembering. I think I covered it myself on Friday.
Look at that. Almost 400 people just falling right off the face of the earth when we stopped talking about the polycule stuff. We're up in over 1,000 on YouTube alone, and then just boom.
Just
right
dropped right off.
They don't give a fuck. They don't even give us a chance to get into the actual show. They're like, I don't care if you're the best show ever or the worst show ever. We're not fucking sticking around.
We're here to hear about Nick and his baldo.
And that's
Job
it.
Done.
And after that, we are done. No, the Minnesota Supreme Court made a ruling that in Minnesota, you now have, as I understand.
That's right.
Yeah.
I know. You have a responsibility to retreat before using deadly force.
No. That was the original law. We already had that. Now, they're talking about a duty to retreat before you even brandish a weapon. We're talking about, like, you can't even pull a gun on someone who's threatening you unless you've made an effort to retreat. Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. This is from Fox 9 here in Minneapolis.
Rights advocates are calling this a bombshell decision that could change the game.
Careful. Did they try to retreat before they dropped the bombshell? I hope they did.
Otherwise, they brandished a weapon ahead of time.
Yeah, I don't want the Supreme Court breaking the law.
When it comes to self-defense encounters.
They're talking about a ruling by the state Supreme Court that sets a new precedent in Minnesota's duty to retreat laws. Maury Glover joins us now from the newsroom with more on this to break it all down. Maury?
Forrest Whitaker letting us know what's going on with your ability to shoot a motherfucker who threatens your peace and family.
When this story came out on Friday, and again, this is because I'm ignorant, I didn't know we had duty to retreat laws. That sounds like the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard.
Oh, yeah, you thought we were like a castle doctrine state?
Yeah, I mean, I know we're not stand your ground, but
right.
I thought
no, like
if someone came at you, you were allowed to defend yourself.
You can, like, if you have fear for your life, like if someone's pointing a gun if someone breaks into your house and points a gun at you, you can smoke them because you can't retreat. They have a gun on you. But if someone's in your house and like they break in, you can't Byron Smith them. You can't just cap them as they come through the door. You'll go to jail. You'll be arrested if you do that. Now, is that right? No, I think it should be the opposite, but who the fuck am I? So that used to be the rule. The rule used to be you have a duty to retreat before you can use deadly force. Now you have a duty to retreat before you even point a gun at somebody.
Present the option.
Oh, my God. It's almost like liberals in the state of Minnesota want you to be helpless. They want you to be fully 100% dependent on government, even when it comes to your life and liberty. It's, I was watching Joe Rogan's stand-up special yesterday on Netflix, and it's whatever.
Yeah.
It's okay. But I was watching it, and he was talking about how, before COVID, he thought vaccines were awesome. Vaccines were great. Vaccines are the greatest gift mankind's given to itself. And he's like, after COVID, I don't even think we went to the moon anymore. That's how bad. Like, you got used to trusting your instincts. Like, you didn't trust your instincts before when you thought something's fucky on this.
Right.
And then COVID proved all of those instincts true. So now you just trust them all the time. So now I hear a news story and I go, all right, they're obviously fucking lying to me. What's the actual story behind this?
They're not giving me the truth.
And then I go to my uncle and he lets me know, oh no, that person's dead. They've had their place taken by robots and they actually got hanged at Guantanamo Bay by Trump. And now there's med beds under the mountain in Colorado.
See, this is why I got to make my way to Colorado. I need one of them motherfucking med beds. I'm running out of time here. I need that med bed yesterday.
No, if you need a med bed, dude, then you need to vote for Trump because Trump has, he's going to get all the med beds from the black hats, the Democrats that are keeping all the med beds for the elites. And he's going to mass produce, he and the white hats, who are the Kennedys and the Trumps, are going to mass produce the med beds and give $1 million to every American. My uncle told me this. I know this stuff. And
oh, great.
We're going to free all the dun babies as well. All the babies that the rich people use to drink their blood and stay young.
Right.
We're going to free we're going to free all the dun babies. In fact, that's who was at Neverland Ranch with Michael Jackson. Those were all rescued dun babies.
Right. Because he wasn't
molesting them. He wasn't, because he was rescuing dun babies. So then you have the med beds. Trump's going to get everybody med beds. And Trump's already balanced the budget, apparently, because he's hanged all these billionaires, and we've balanced the budget.
Okay.
Which is great fucking news, I think. And then every American's going to get a stipend from the government because we have all this rich people money. So, yeah, don't worry.
You know that causes inflation, right?
No.
Like if you just give everybody a bunch of money, regardless of how you come across it,
right?
Prices will go up because everything will become more expensive. What do you mean it's $200 for a Happy Meal? Well, you're a millionaire. What do you give a shit? So it's like, I don't know that works.
Yeah, but did I tell you about the dun babies and what we're going to do with that whole thing?
But we're going to save the dun babies.
Yeah, I don't think you're appreciating what I'm trying to tell you here. Is that we're going to go under the mountain and get the med beds. Then we're going to free the dun babies. And then we're going to hang all the traitors and replace them with AI. All right, here we go. Let's find out how bad we got fucked by the Minnesota Supreme Court.
Well, in Minnesota, there's a duty to retreat when reasonably possible before using a deadly weapon. But the new ruling says there's a duty to retreat before even showing a weapon.
How about that? Somebody breaks into your house, or let's say somebody is in public and they're threatening you and they're being physically violent towards you. You have a duty to retreat before you can, if you even pull a gun out, you can be charged with a crime.
Stupidest thing I've ever heard.
It is it's remarkable to me that they want us to be this unsafe. Minnesota and these other liberal states have done everything they can to make sure that crime goes up, to make sure that people don't feel safe. And then they get pissed when crime goes up and people don't feel safe. It's like, you guys, you're hitting yourself in the head with a fucking pickaxe and then wondering why you're bleeding.
It's almost like, too, like the Second Amendment thing, like a lot of people have tried to fight it. They've made a lot of arguments, and it hasn't really gotten anywhere. I mean, they've taxed the shit out of guns, and they've taken out a couple of gun manufacturers, and good luck trying to own a weapon in California. But it's like in Minnesota, there's none of that. So it's like, well, we can't combat that problem. People love their guns. What can we do? We can just make it so they can't use them. Like, yeah, that's literally what the law is. It's just, you have a gun for self-defense. You're not allowed to use it until literally there's no other option. It's this or death. Like,
dude,
what?
You're absolutely right. They couldn't make guns illegal, so they'll basically, they'll put you in jail.
They'll make using them illegal.
Yeah.
When the Minnesota Supreme Court upheld 2 second-degree assault with a deadly weapon convictions against a man with a machete who was threatened by a man with a knife at a Minneapolis light rail station.
What a fucking awesome, shitty, like garbage piss example of how god-awful Minneapolis and St. Paul are. Like, how awesome is that this court case was decided because one fucking poor asshole had a machete and the other poor asshole had a knife and they went at it. It's like, I hope you both kill each other.
So wait a minute. How far did the perpetrator technically in this scenario need to run before he pulled out his knife and or machete? Like,
right.
Yeah, because again, I don't know if you know, 2 people armed with bladed weapons, I feel like they're gonna go at it. Like, that's,
oh yeah,
it's not a distance game.
No, that's a close range conflict.
The state's highest court also set a new precedent involving Minnesota's.
By the way, go back 1 second here. This guy, oh God, he's only on there for a little bit. There. This guy, I think he's the Chief Justice of the Minnesota Supreme Court. His name's Paul Thiessen. He's one of the most liberal assholes in Minnesota. He was the House Speaker for years, and he's just a fucking far lefty, anti-gun, like every Soros-supported concept you can think of, Paul Thiessen is all in on it, and then some. He is a liberal son of a bitch.
Is the Minnesota Supreme Court the same as the actual Supreme Court with lifetime appointment?
Ooh, boy, that's tough. No, I think we vote on the Supreme Court in Minnesota.
God, I hope so.
I could be wrong. You can check me on that. I could be an idiot.
Court also set a new precedent involving Minnesota's self-defense laws. In a split decision, the court wrote that long-standing Minnesota law says that a person needs to retreat when reasonably possible, even when facing bodily harm.
What? So be a victim. I mean, the law is basically be a victim. Even if you're facing bodily harm, you should still have to retreat. So you should have to you should essentially have to take one for the team, is what they're saying.
Oh my God.
Isn't that something?
That even it again, like, so we're not supposed to defend ourselves. Like, literally the Minnesota Supreme Court is saying, look, if you defend yourself, you're gonna go to jail.
Yeah. Even if this person is threatening bodily harm, you cannot, not only can you not defend yourself, you can't take out a weapon to defend yourself.
You can't even take out a weapon to be like, hey, this ain't escalating because I'm prepared.
Yeah.
You can't even end it there. Ooh, boy.
And that security video contradicted the man with the machete's claim that it was not reasonably possible for him to do so.
First of all, if you're facing a guy with a knife, your ability to think clearly and make these kind of decisions are so shot that you should just be allowed to defend yourself by default, because who knows what the fuck is reasonable in that moment. That's what I hate. That's what I hate about all these judges, is all these judges, this person has a split second to react in a very stressful moment, and the court gets, as much time as they want to pick it apart. Right.
But also, again, the idea that you have to, at the risk of bodily harm, you have to retreat first. Like, no. If there's risk of bodily harm, you have to defend yourself. That's literally what you have to do.
Yeah.
But according to Rob Dorr, the vice president of the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus, the ruling means anyone who uses
like
a
Rob
deadly weapon
Window
in
or something
self-defense must look for a reasonable way to retreat before even showing a weapon.
Minnesota is one of the states that in the minority that does have a duty to retreat. But now with this decision, we are literally the only state in the country that requires you to retreat before you even present a force option.
In a dissenting opinion, one of the justices wrote, not only is the court's decision unprecedented in the United States, it also flies in the face of human nature.
No shit. A guy pulls a knife on you and you're like, all right, like everybody's the Flash all of a sudden and can slow everything down that everyone else does and go, all right, I have to take 14 steps backwards now. And then if that person continues to pursue me, my back goes up against that wall. And now I can defend myself while that person is coke raging at me with a knife.
Yeah, dude, I've seen people walking down the street in the middle of the day, like talking to themselves and stuff. And I see those people. I'm like, I wouldn't want to be on the same sidewalk as that person coming near me. So if I was on the same sidewalk as that person coming near me and they start getting close and I realize the voice in their head suddenly told them to attack me, how am I supposed to retreat? Like the idea that you can just run away from somebody because they're attacking you, like, no, this is, I really want these justices recalled. Why the fuck?
Well, and not only that, but also like the person doing that needs to be stopped. Like the person who's attacking people on the street, you shouldn't have to retreat from them. That allows them to walk away and go do it to somebody else. They need to be confronted. They need to be stopped. That's another reason why stand your ground or castle doctrine or whatever is a good idea, is because it takes crazy bad people and it neutralizes them instead of enabling them, which is what this shit does.
6-year terms for the Supreme Court in Minnesota, and if they resign or retire during that term, the governor appoints someone to the vacant position.
Thank you. I figured they were voted on. So yeah, I mean, the duty to retreat thing. So you give someone a full head of steam. I mean, you also understand that like to pull out a gun and shoot someone takes time, and someone can be on you in that time. I mean, to say it flies in the face of human nature, I think is perfect. That's exactly what it is.
A view Dorr agrees with, saying in the moment, most people don't have time to look for a way to retreat before grabbing or at least showing their weapon to defend themselves.
Yeah. I don't think that this is a practical way that a self-defense encounter would unfold. If you're confronted with a threat, you're going to want to mitigate that threat as soon as possible.
Now, Dorr says this precedent could affect anyone with a permit to carry in Minnesota and change the way permit to carry trainers teach about the state's self.
And that's what they want. I guarantee that's what they want.
Because the law-abiding gun owners don't break the law, and enough of us have gotten that message. We're like, we got to stop all these we got to stop all these guns, all the problem. Yeah, but the legal gun owners don't present the problem. It's the illegal ones. All right, so how about we just make it illegal for the legal gun owners to use their gun?
They hate that we have concealed carry in Minnesota. They despise it. They think it's terrible, and they're doing anything they can to kind of neutralize it, if you will, baby. Let's go ahead and say a thank you to Thermodyne Diesel, gifting 20 memberships.
Thank you.
Over
Thank
on
you,
YouTube.
Thermodyne.
That is a huge shot in the arm. That's a $50 shot in the arm for the old toe. That puts us at $175. You guys always find a way to get us there eventually. Keep it going. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, it is my home and God has given me the right to make it the tomb of thieves and federal agents. Jesus, you're going to get a fucking phone call, dude.
You're going to get a visit from the FBI.
Yeah. Or a shower text. The Grand Poobah with $5 says, the stupid thing is that the same people against stand your ground and castle doctrine are the people shouting ACAB and defund the police. That's a great point, dude.
Yeah.
That's a great point. Yeah, the same people like, the cops fucking suck. They're terrible. And also, you can't defend yourself in your home. Again, you have to ask these lefties. You have to be like, what is your plan for all of us to die?
You just want violence to be okay?
Like, the fact that they're giving criminals more rights than victims is, I mean, unfortunately, it's not surprising to me. But at the same time,
the liberals need to do that, because if they penalize the criminals too much, it'll seem racist. All these black people it's just we can't penalize the criminals.
Gray Duckling with $5 says, so I have to leave my house and let them do whatever they want. Fuck my life. Yep. And then with $2, he says, do cops have to follow this? Oh, of course not.
Yeah.
I would be very surprised if the cops had to follow that.
If you start shooting at the police, they should get in their car and drive away. Option to retreat.
Yeah. But nope. Only we have to retreat. I'm going to go into all the chats on this. A lot of people have a shitload of opinions on this particular story. Copperhead with $10 over in Rumble says, let's all be Dems and make all guns illegal. New boot goofing. I mean, they can't get that fucking passed. So instead what they have to do is, with the Supreme Court and all this other shit, is pass their agenda that way. So they're still not breaking the law, but then the laws that we have to protect ourselves don't mean shit.
It's kind of like the same kind of scam that Tim Walz put together when they did the Minnesota marijuana legalization thing. Like, they set a date, and they had no architecture or structure or anything ready. So on the date that marijuana became legal in the state of Minnesota, every person over, I don't know if it's 18 or 21, could smoke marijuana, but you couldn't purchase it. You couldn't get it, and if you did, that was a crime. And if you sold it, that was a crime.
Well,
so a whole bunch of people got arrested for engaging in illegal activity.
That is interesting, but, also, I remember when people said, after everybody got arrested over at the Polycule House, they told me, you're going to get arrested. You're admitting that you did coke and blah, blah, blah. Like, you may be surprised to hear this, but in the state of Minnesota, it's not illegal to do coke. I mean, if you get caught doing coke, like, if they catch you in the physical act of snorting a line of cocaine, yes, you can be arrested, but you're arrested for possessing it. Like, I can look at a cop all day and I go, I did coke a year ago. And they'd be like, fucking good for you, dude. They'd be like, aren't you going to arrest me? He's like, there ain't shit I can do. He goes, because the minute I get you in a courtroom, you can look at me, you can look the judge in the eye and go, I was just kidding. And I can't fucking prove that you did or you didn't do coke. So, like, nobody's getting arrested for doing cocaine. That's where Nick's case is so fucked. Nick keeps denying that he ever did coke. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. And then his parents, I don't know what you're talking about. Nick, it doesn't matter if you sat there and stared at it all fucking day and never snorted it once in your life.
They found it in your house, man.
Yeah, you're not charged with consumption. You're charged with possession. So this idea that, like, cocaine, me? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, you having the safe in your house with the, that's where people end up going to prison when they go, oh, yeah, I was just holding it for somebody. Well, there you go. There's your admission of guilt. You were holding it.
You're in possession.
You are in possession. It's your cocaine. As the kids on Kiwi Farm say, suffer. By the way, over 1,000 of you checking out the show right now. Hit like, hit subscribe. Thank you for that run you guys went on. That's great. That puts us 155 away for today. Finish it up. You're doing great. Thank you guys so much for your contributions and your generosity to this show. I'm excited. If you guys want to throw in 10th anniversary gifts this week, we're all for that too. It is our 10th anniversary on, what did I say it was? Friday's the official 10th anniversary of the show.
Yeah, you said the 9th.
Yeah, Friday's the official 10th, August 9th of 2014 was our first ever Steel Toe Morning Show. And then Saturday, we're going to have our anniversary party. And I guess tickets are still on sale right now. I got to shut those down after the show today because it is sold out. But if you guys want to sneak in and get tickets and make it awkward for me, you're more than welcome to.
Now's your chance.
Yeah, now's your chance to go in there and just fucking go grab your tickets. And then, just basically look at Cheetos and I and go, fucking deal with it, dude. Fucking deal with it. I think an October 26th show at Partners Pub, though, is a must.
All right, I'll do it. Like I said, I already booked it, so I got the day marked off.
Patricia with $5. This is an interesting question. Before we go on to our next story, I think SP would hate my answer to this. SP's been remarkably helpful in getting me to where I am today.
Yeah,
and she fucking. She despises Kayla. She's a giant fucking problem. And that woman is, just all kinds of, and does not like it when I say anything nice about her at all. But I will say, Kayla does have the want to get better. Kayla just doesn't have the ability to get better. And I will say this, I was at least encouraged when I saw in that document drop that she did hug her child and said, this is the consequence of our actions. The only problem is, I know.
You have to do something.
Well, that too, you're right about that. But also, I know she got yelled at by Nick. I know April took Nick's side, and I know she got browbeaten out of that, and I know that was probably a massive fight. So
I think I know why SP doesn't like Kayla, and I don't think it's necessarily just to do with the whole situation.
And why is that?
I just, you were in this situation. Your marriage was in a weird place, and you took solace and comfort in this small, big-tittied woman, and now she's like, well, I don't like, and she knows that Kayla has an attachment and feelings for you, and she probably just She doesn't like another cat sniffing around her
Well,
piece, if you know what I
shit.
mean.
Patricia with $5 says, if Kayla knocked on the door today saying help, would you?
She's got all 5 kids in tow. They're all crying. They're saying, "Be our new daddy."
Well, no. See, now that, no. But I know.
You turn them away.
I know a therapist. I know a group of people at a support group that I attend. And I know some other people in my family and probably groups of friends who would hate me for saying this. But she's literally at my door, knocking on the door saying, I want to get help. Yeah, I'd probably take her to a meeting.
Where do you go after that?
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't let her stay at the house. Nothing like that. But I'd take her to a meeting.
I've never been so happy that I'm a pothead in my life. I'm going to start attending all these groups until I find the one you're in. That's what I'm going to do. Be like, hey, buddy, we know each other.
That's fucking great. Why don't you respect the group a little less?
Yeah, I'm totally going to do this.
I'd kick the shit out of you so hard if you came in and fucking pulled that shit. I'm not going to lie.
I'd get up and be like my name's Johnny and I'm addicted to marijuana.
Like, I'd be like Dwight Yoakam in Sling Blade, and I just go, I'll beat the dog piss out of you, Johnny.
Nobody knows what's going on. Aaron's just attacking a cripple at a meeting. Like, I don't understand what this is.
I don't get it. He's getting what he fucking deserves. Honky says, what's April's weight? Nick could be charged for possessing April's weight in dope. J-Bra says, Aaron looks less gay today. Just kidding. Thanks, buddy. Get Adrian for partners. I'll try. Dead Game says, oh, you meant radio too? I thought you were having an internet anniversary. Thank God. No, it's the anniversary of the show. Sam Show says, Kayla's been like this since high school. She just says a lot of horse shit. Oh, did you go to high school with Kayla?
No, I didn't go to high school.
Not you. I meant Sam Show, you fucking dick. God. Lander says, I would rather see the Crypt Keeper nude than April. Ouch. Stop Big Troon. Yeah, see, people already. Fuck Aaron is pathetic. I know there's a lot of people who would be... Okay, you know what the correct answer is? This will make people happy. I know what the correct answer is. No, I would not help. That's the correct answer, 100%. But I think I'd take her to a meeting.
I don't think that's the correct. Like, you should if someone's really trying to get clean, you should help them. If it's just to take them to a medical facility or I guess a meeting. If you're allowed to go to those, some of us aren't.
King Kong Dong says SP is correct. She's just the Loki in your life and tricking you to think she wants to change to keep you around. I don't think that's the case right now.
Yeah, 'cause he ain't around.
Sam Show says everyone else is emotional because they're coke-addled, but not Kayla. No, not Kayla. He's right. She should get help from her family. Send her to her own damn family. Honky says phone in a friend. Fuck no, I'll call you an Uber. Leave her at the meeting. King Kong Dong, dude, Kayla's just a trickster. Don't believe a single word she says. Slam Piece is right. That's mean. It's not even about what we're talking about. Because she would be, Death Beholden says she wouldn't be genuine if she came to you for help. Samcho says, you keep defending Kayla, SP will be gone before you know it, dumbass. I'm not defending. Somebody asked me a specific question, and I'm telling you I know what the wrong answer is, and I gave that.
But is it the wrong answer? I mean, like, no, the wrong answer would be like taking her in and really helping her, but like just showing her resources. That's just being a helpful person.
That's
I don't think that's the wrong.
Kind of what I thought.
Yeah.
Kind of.
I mean, like bringing her and the kids into your house and like being like, I'm going to help you get better and I'm going to get you clean. Like that would be the wrong answer.
Balls Deep with $10 says for the Cope Watchers dues. Oh yeah, you got to have the Cope Watchers on.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of them. They are coping hard in the chat today.
They're not happy.
Oh, there are a lot of them that are not happy with you or me, and just really just, dude, you're so messed up. You don't know what's going on. Aaron's stupid. Johnny's an unfunny cripple.
Oh, like because we're talking about the document?
Because we're talking about the documents, because we're doing a show, they're just not happy that we're here.
Oh, are they not?
But thank you guys for watching. We love having you.
Yeah, throw in a couple.
Got nothing else to do.
Hey, throw in a couple of bucks, you broke asses. We're only 140 away from today. We got a shot at knocking this thing out. Go ahead and click one of those links that we've got up in the chat. Andrew Griffith with $4.99. There we go. Now we're 135 away. Guys, might as well just keep that
Crushing
number.
it. Thank you.
Keep that number going down like it's the stock market. Andrew Griffith with $4.99 says, if SP gets sick, would you have to take her to a pediatrician? Them's the rumors, according to the chat. I don't know. I'm a playful troll. I don't hate you. No, SP is very age appropriate.
Isn't she older than you?
Dude.
What?
No, she's the same age.
Oh, with the gray hair, I can never tell.
Oh, thank you. It's very nice. I hope she kicks the living dog shit out of you. I hope she fucking kills
thanks
you.
for breaking it. I'm trying to throw a little, camouflage here, trying to help you out.
I hope she
keep her secret.
I hope she whips the shit out of you. MSO says fake donations. Yes, make sure you guys, when you click Venmo or PayPal, make sure you specify that they are fake donations that you're sending in. We're 135 away from knocking out today. Labglass says the Cope watchers are pores. Yes. Bone Cold says, don't forget some retards in the chat are accusing Aaron of being with a 16-year-old. Aaron isn't Melton, who has a fetish for children. Yeah, that you guys are confusing me with somebody else. Sorry. Have I been gaining weight? Hopefully not that much. Oh, my God. 16-year-old. No. No, sir.
I like my cup holders more wet. That, again, the grossest fucking thing anyone's ever said, where I'm like, dude, you let that come out of your mouth?
Oh, he's human garbage. Like, he's literally, he's got pedophilic tendencies.
Just
100%. And he can't run from that. Like, he cannot run from that. He has to kind of just ignore it and go, I don't know. It's terrible with that kind of shit. Lander says, Aaron, the ladyboy sex slave you sold me, has a weird discharge. Any suggestions?
Just keep pumping it until it comes out clear. Sometimes it's a problem with the line.
The correct answer is I don't sell people.
Oh, right. Yeah, that too.
Thank you.
But like I said, sometimes it's just a kink in the system and it's like backed up. You got to work it out.
There's no two. I don't sell human beings. Of any race or gender. I'm telling you.
Non-binary.
Someone texting in, you can have a 1-year anniversary of the Polycule at Partners Pub. Yeah, that's the plan.
That's the October 26th.
Yeah. We're going to go October 26th, 1 year after we met Nick and Kayla. We're going to do a show. It's going to be the Polycule anniversary show. MSO says, are you taking orders again? No, because I don't do that sort of thing. Are you ready for a good old-fashioned Yankee Stadium brawl?
Yeah.
Apparently, and you know what I love about this? It shows me that some of the best, the best white trash moments aren't gone. They aren't dead. We haven't lost them to history. Like, two guys.
We can still be pieces of shit every
day. Like, I kind of thought we were getting too sanitized. Oh, by the way, thank you, Adam, for the $10 on PayPal. He says fake dono. Oh, another fake dono. Thank you. 125 away from today. Guys, keep it up. We've got a half hour left. We're only 125 away. This can be done. Red Fox Mad with $4.99. Holy shit, guys, keep it up. He says, can we call SP Jenna or Sarah instead of SP? You can call her Sarah. Sure, we'll go with Sarah. 383 Novocaine becoming a member for 26 months says, Aaron explaining SP, I was helping her and accidentally tripped and my dick fell in her. Totally not my fault. Holy shit, 26 months. 26 months indeed, buddy. Thank you. 125 is today's number. Hooters girl says Aaron just dislikes us single moms and veterans. Get it right. As long as you're not fat, I'll give you a roll in the hay.
Even if they're a veteran?
Oh, yeah. They can... That veteran women, if they're attractive. They have
women. I assumed you would.
Oh, no, I'm not fucking dudes. How dare you? I'm assuming...
Well, from what I've heard, you're a thumb in the butt guy. So
I'm assuming veteran women can fuck. They've got to be able to, right?
They've got to be able to take a load. They've been giving them.
Right. You're literally a warrior. You've got to be. If you're a warrior and you just kind of lay there and you suck at, like Shane Gillis says, if you're a guy and you're good at sex, you're gay. He says being good at sex, that's a girl quality, guys. All right, let's go ahead and watch this. So at Yankee Stadium, two guys were fighting, and it turned into a violent altercation. And what I like about this is that it shows that a couple of straight dudes yelling gay slurs at each other and then fighting isn't dead. And that's important. I don't know why that's important to me, but it's important to me. It's important that guys can still yell the gay F word at each other and then start punching each other. It's good to know that the gay F word is still a fighting word, that we haven't lost our dignity, that we haven't lost our passion, that if some guy calls us the gay F word, we're like, I'm going to fucking kick the shit out of you. I like that.
Really?
Yeah. I like that still means
I like that
something.
part of society.
Right?
You called me it's on. Like, all right.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. I just, I don't know.
The minute we start letting people call us Fs and we just go, oh, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. No, dude, it's worth it. That's some old school guy shit. We lose too much of that.
Okay.
So, by the way, Sam Show asking Johnny, where's your sound drop from last week?
Oh, the one I picked up from last week I haven't put on the board yet.
All right. So. Well, here's the fight between a couple of Yankee fans who, by the way, I mean, if you yell at a Yankee fan and call them the gay F word, you're probably at least half right. So this wasn't I'm not saying it was a bad guess. I'm just saying it's nice to know that there's still fighting words out there. Here we go.
Dust you. Dust how? How? How would you dust? How would you dust? How would you dust? How would you dust? That was him. My boys are coming. How would you dust? How? Look how you stand. You're goofy.
Oh, why did you bleep it?
Oh, no. I was waiting to hear the word.
Oh, man, all I wanted to hear was them call the gay slur, and you... So American men still have balls.
But TMZ doesn't.
But TMZ doesn't. Here we go. World Star Hip Hop put up a clip of it. World Star Hip Hop wouldn't let us down, would they?
I hope not.
No.
Bro, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You would have been fucking swing, nigga. Swing. 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 You don't want it. Pussy.
See, this is stupid. This is jungle behavior.
Yeah.
This
getting in someone's face and telling him swing like you're
okay, but also this guy retard, walk away.
Yeah,
they're calling you the gay F word. They're calling you a homo. All this other shit. Walk away. Get the fuck out of there. What are you doing? Why are you standing there and letting this guy just scream in your face like a retard?
Plus, it's really hard to fight the Mo charge with those red shorts. I mean, just let it go. Dude.
I gotta say this.
That dude's out.
The guy who hit him won't be out for long.
No.
You're going to...
No, he'll be back out soon enough, though.
That's true. It is New York. He'll be out with no bail. But at the same time, as uncalled for as that was, anyone who can knock someone unconscious with an open hand slap is a fucking G, dude.
Was it an open hand slap? I saw
thought
the hit.
I thought it was an open hand slap. Let's check it out.
Swing! You don't want it, pussy!
It was an open hand slap.
If you
Fuck, Dana White, call that guy. You need him for slap league.
Got to get him in slap league, dude. That is, I mean, to be able to turn the wrist over and torque your body.
Bam.
And, God, you know, I mean, God made him for a reason, right? Oh, I meant people who slap.
Yeah, that's what you meant. You meant people who slap. That's entirely what I thought you meant.
People who slap others, you know.
People who slap. Oh.
You don't fucking want it. Yo. What's up? Yeah, we gotta go. Yo.
I think you should.
I love how everybody's walking by the guy on the ground. No one's really taking any concern or care.
Nobody's
It's
helping
the man
him.
laying on the ground.
Yeah. Nobody thinks that guy could, you know, use a hand. Nobody thinks that guy could use a little bit of help or anything else. It's just open hand slap, hits the ground, and everyone goes, well, you know, parking's going to be crazy. We'd better get going.
We better leave before the po-po gets here.
MSO with a good point. He says the slap didn't knock him out. His head hitting the ground did. I mean, he wasn't able to protect his head on his way down because of the slap. I mean, that's a pretty good slap. You got to let's not take away. There's a lot of things this guy's going to have taken away from him because he hit this dude. Let's not take away the quality of his slap.
Are there going to be plenty of things taken away from him? I ask you.
Well, that's another good point. That's another thing people don't understand. You know, we were talking about those court documents today. Everyone's like waiting for this to be done immediately. Like, oh, yeah. Like everyone wants to skip to the end and know like jail sentences and stuff like that. This is still like this ain't going to get resolved until 2025. Like this isn't going to be done this year. They've got an omnibus hearing this month. They'll have a few more hearings throughout the course of the fall and winter. I'm guessing February. They might have a trial. Maybe February.
I'm amazed Nick just doesn't say he's deaf, so he doesn't have to do any of the hearings.
Honky says Candy Ojai County slapping April with charges was more epic. Oh, there's a good slap. Maybe Candy Ojai County should be in slap league. It's pretty good slapping. Sam Show says there are a few trials I've been waiting for since last year. LOL. Yeah. See, I mean, this shit takes a long time. When I was talked to, I was told this whole process could take a year. So, I mean, don't hold your breath for Christ's sake. You'll turn purple. Chucky B with $4.99 says, why hasn't Kayla filed for divorce? I don't know.
You have to want to do it.
You have to want to. Well, you have to be able to. Because she wants to do a lot of things. She's talked to me about divorcing him before.
And then she goes to her lawyer, and her lawyer says, why would you divorce me? I'm awesome.
Well, she asked. Yeah, that's true. I was going to say, she asked me about mine. She asked me about my lawyer. I said, he's good.
He's a good lawyer.
Very fucking good.
Shows up for traffic court.
He would show up for traffic court, but he's an actual lawyer. He doesn't have to go to traffic court. Doesn't have to worry about that. Just got to appreciate that Nick is way too stupid to shut up, says Sam Show. It's remarkable to me to watch him think he's doing well and just to watch him perpetually fuck up. It's remarkable. And if he's clean, that's even more impressive. Like if he really is not doing cocaine anymore and not doing any stimulants, that's insanity. That he would still,
fuck things up
this much. I'd almost admit to doing coke.
Yeah, I just no offense. I don't see what April's sticking around for if that part's not in it. Like I feel like everything else that's happened, like you don't have any desire to kind of, I don't know, move on with your life, just to literally just put this all behind you.
Right. I know, well, obviously I know her parents. They were my in-laws up until, a month or so ago. And legally, they're not bad people. Like her dad's great. Her mom can be a little much, but her dad's a sweet guy. And they would take her back in a heartbeat. They would let her stay at the house. They would let her rebuild her life, get a job. Like there would be no pressure. She could have this turned around, maybe not by her 30th birthday, because that's, tick, 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 tick. But
Mm-hmm.
if she would have left the day she got out of jail, if she would have went back to Litchfield, she'd have a job by now. She'd be saving money. She probably might even have her own place, But she doesn't think she's worth it. She has this weird thing. She's a victimhood narcissist, where Nick is a delusions of grandeur narcissist. And so
They're
I
gonna
don't
save each other.
Yeah, well, maybe. Right. Oh boy, they're telling me Ricada is coming after you no matter what at this point. Citizen M is the only one who can seriously help with this internet stuff. I ain't lying. There's nothing to come after me for. I ain't lying. I mean, there's no war to be had here. It's over. I won the war. Now I'm just, telling my stories. That's it. Nick is chaos. He don't need no blow, says Landers. Nick knows April's no improvement on Kayla. I bet Nick sold her the "we got to stay together for the kids" shtick. Oh, well, I'm sure they're trauma bonding at this point. And not only that, it's also nobody else is on our side but us, so we got to stick together.
Yeah, it's us against the world.
It's us against the world. What do you do when that runs out? I mean, right now, Nick is sprinting towards prison. And to have this be your first offense, and granted, it's a second-degree felony. It's very serious stuff. And then there's firearms and kids. But to get yourself thrown in prison on your first offense on something like this, you really have to have fucked it up. Because the state of Minnesota does not want to throw people in prison for this. They want them to, what do they call that? Not deferment, but when you get treatment and all that shit instead. Diversion. They want
that was deferment, but I don't know.
But they want that. So
right.
To talk yourself into prison is no small feat. I swear one of them is going to throw someone under the bus, says Sam Show. No. April thinks so little of herself that she thinks this is the best she can do and this is it for her. That's how tragically low her self-esteem is after doing drugs and all this other shit. So she's not going to throw anyone under the bus. Kayla's probably thought about it, but she doesn't have the fucking cojones to see it through. And Nick's going down with the ship. Kayla is just the ship. Kayla is just Jenny. You're lucky you're snipped. Well, I've always considered myself lucky to be snipped. Sam Show says they lost to Aaron. They really are this retarded. Yeah, I'm not saying that's, a good thing. Landers, Nick is the Joker. The only thing that could make this better is if he drives a purple Mustang. Pre-trial diversion. Thank you, Dead Game. Now I'm not so stupid. All right, guys, we got 10 minutes before we rattle the cans and beg you for your dough. We're 120 away from hammering this out today, so we are within striking distance. All we need is you guys throwing in those 10, 15, 20s. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo. It can be done. There you go, chat. Take a look at those. Pick one, click one, and knock out our nice number we've got there, that 120. It is doable today. You guys always have a way of coming through for us, and we appreciate it. Am I the only one fucking tired of hearing about celebrities and ayahuasca? Fucking stop it. Grow up and stop being a cunt. How about that? I saw this Disney guy, Joshua Bassett. He gave this interview, and he said, Jesus, I saw Jesus, and he came to me during an ayahuasca trip. No, you didn't, fuckhead. You
got high and you had a trip. What is with people doing drugs thinking it's some sort of conduit to a higher understanding? No, you put a chemical in your system. The same way caffeine amps you up. The same way if you smoke enough weed, you want to take a nap. Like, dude, you put a chemical in your system.
Right. Everyone thinks they do ayahuasca and their world opened up. It didn't. You hallucinated. And by the way, Jesus didn't come to you. Whatever visual you have of Jesus in your head projected itself outward during your hallucination. That wasn't the real Jesus, moron. It was whatever your head perceives Jesus to be, projecting it outward while you had a trip. It doesn't
This would be the same as me like calling a chick being like, hey, "You're not pregnant, are you?" And she'd be like, "Excuse me, what?" I'd be like, "Well, I had a dream about you last night, and I woke up, and there was splooge all over my bed, and so apparently I fucked you really hard. I want to make sure you're not pregnant." Like, no, it didn't really happen. It was in your mind. That wasn't real. It was the drugs, my friend.
It's remarkable that people quit putting so much meaning behind it, you fucking degenerate. You did drugs and you saw some goofy shit. It's not changing your life. You don't have a better grasp on reality. In fact, probably the opposite. And you're not closer to God. You're just closer to being a junkie. That's it. Let's listen to this fucking ape shit dickhead retard talk about him doing drugs and seeing Jesus. And then in about 7 minutes, we'll beg you guys for money and try to knock out that last 120.
Although, real talk, the what is it, Crow Nation or whatever medical hospital that's in St. Cloud, they're doing like ayahuasca and
of course they are.
And stuff like that. So I'm totally going to give it a go, not because I think it's medically beneficial, but because fuck it, why not?
Do you know, like, well, it's kind of like people with depression. It's like, let's just make them hallucinate that shit's better and maybe something will stick. That's about what it is. I mean, the whole mushrooms and ayahuasca and all that to treat like depression and shit, it's not saying much about the medical value of those drugs. It's saying how fucked people with depression are.
And more importantly, how useless antidepressants apparently seem to be.
That too.
You keep turning to other shit.
That too. I mean, when you're trying to prevent someone from K-ing yourself, and one of the side effects is K-ing yourself thoughts.
It seems weird.
Yeah.
Fiction. And there were a lot of different paths that I took. I would do, again, I'm just going to say it, but I would do like magic mushrooms. You know, I would frequently go to the beach and try to have these experiences and try to understand the truths of the world.
You're just getting high.
You're just getting high. What the fuck? Like, this is the same. Like, I was guilty of this when I was a kid, too. Like, no, man, like, I think so much better on weed. No, you don't. No, you do not. Your brain is not somehow clearer or more focused when you're on a substance. If you take a mind-altering substance, your mind has been altered. You are not better off.
Doug Stanhope had an argument with Jim Norton, and I love Doug Stanhope, but he sounded like a fucking idiot during this argument with Jim Norton, where they were arguing about Mitch Hedberg.
Yeah, we've heard about this before.
Yeah, and how he OD'd. And Stanhope said, well, maybe Mitch didn't want to be around us anymore. He thought we were boring, and he didn't want to. And Jim Norton just made the perfect argument. He goes, a living Mitch creating is better than a dead Mitch.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it. The drugs don't make you more interesting. The drugs don't make you better or funnier. The drugs are just masking something that needs to be taken care of inside of you.
You've got a problem and you need to face it.
Yeah.
That's what the drugs are for right now.
Started doing some deeper plant medicines, one of them being ayahuasca. Second time I did it, normally you're asleep, but this time I woke up. This is going to get real. So, and
I'm sure it is. Bro, it's always
it's
so
going to
real.
get so real. I took a hallucinogen and everything I saw was real.
I'm fine with being labeled as an insane person because even I.
Cool, good. I'm glad you don't mind. So you and I are on the same page. You're an insane person. Cool.
I was in denial of this for a while. And I've done enough of these to know I was not hallucinating. I wake up.
Yes, you were. You took hallucinogens. You were hallucinating because you didn't see Jesus. You saw your mind's idea of Jesus. God,
I've done enough hallucinogens to know I wasn't hallucinating. That's not.
Kid?
Look, I've drank enough to know I wasn't drunk when I wrapped my car around that tree. The tree just asked for it. That's all it was.
Kid, let me tell you something, brother. You were molested by a producer. You're a Disney star, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to cope with the whole being molested thing. Let's just work on that and stop the stupid retard drug talk.
Just take the ayahuasca and forget it all happened.
Oh, no, Mickey touched his butthole. Mickey, is this one of yours?
Oh, well, let's face it. He's a Disney kid. They're all mine.
Ha-ha.
Uh-huh.
Oh, thank you.
Immediately I felt naked. And by naked, I mean spiritually naked, where there was
Fuck
no
off.
filter, no veil. And I realized the ugliness that is in me. And I saw it in everyone else in the room too. Like I could see right through them. And I realized that there's really no things hidden. It's hard to explain. Maybe I won't go down that path. But basically,
the next time I ever hear someone say, I took ayahuasca, before they can get another word out, I'm going to hit them in the mouth with a bat. because they're the most insufferable people alive. You don't have a better grasp on reality. You don't see things better. You're fucking eternally broken. You're far worse adjusted than the rest of us, and you can't cope. And so now you act like your experience on drugs was somehow way more involved and in tune with everything than the rest of us. No, the rest of us can just live our normal lives every day, and you're incapable. So you have to feel better than us in some way. Ugh.
And these drugs, like all the, like, oh, I saw through everybody. I reached this spiritual clarity. Like, oh, so you don't need the drugs anymore than you've gotten there, right? Like, because it seems really weird that these people that do these drugs, like, oh, I get this spiritual clarity. Well, I got to keep doing it to have that clarity. Well, then it's not really working, because I don't know if you know this. You're unproductive when you're high as fuck on ayahuasca. You don't do anything when you're high as fuck on ayahuasca. So what good is your clarity when you have to lose it to then be productive again?
Yeah.
My soul was falling to the pits of hell, a hell I did not believe in. As I hit the ground in hell, I was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of demons who were mocking me and laughing at me and torturing me.
You need therapy.
And as I thought about
and they
the
all look
abuses
like
that I
the kids in
experienced
my high school gym class. I don't know why all the demons looked like Steve Baker, but he would not leave me alone.
when I was a kid, they laughed and they mocked harder. Now, again, you might say, Josh, you were just hallucinating. You're on a
Right. Yes. No. Done. Dempsey's finished.
thing. I'm telling you now, as much as I know that I am here right now, breathing, standing before you, Zach Sang and Dan, and I forget your name, Carlos. Sorry. As real as I know that I'm here right now, I know that this was a real experience.
Because you were on a fucking hallucinogen. Your brain was tripping out. Of course you thought it was real. I hate this kid.
So did you stop at the gift shop and pick up a keychain, a T-shirt, or a souvenir? I mean, you were in hell.
Yeah, if you were in hell, dude, did you stop and grab something from hell?
Yeah. I mean, a cup, anything.
Death Beholden says, and Jesus told me, keep bussin', no cap, for real, for real. Yeah, exactly. Lander says, by demons, he means thousands of delicious dicks in his face, coming, not mocking. Oh, okay. Well, then it makes sense. All right, boys and girls, we got to make $120 in 6 minutes to keep this show on the air today for an extra half hour for overtime. Why don't you throw us a couple of bucks and let's call it another win for the toe. Thank you for a big day today. We appreciate it. 120 is a very doable number. Everybody band together. We're going to need to rally up at the same time. MSO says he's predicting a victory for himself today. I would say this is a 50-50 proposition. I would say when we're at a number like when we're between like 1 and 125, I would say that's about a 50-50 shot for MSO and us. And if we're under 100, that's kind of advantage us. If we're over 125, 150, that's advantage MSO. But guys, here we go. $120. We need all of you. That means if you're sitting on your hands and you're feeling like, I haven't really contributed anything to Steel Toe in a while, now's the time to do it. 120 can be done. All hands on deck. If you got 5, throw a 5. If you can become a member, become a member. If you can throw 20, throw 20. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links are in the chat, both Rumble and YouTube. Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, if you'd like to do it that way. Let's hammer out this 120. I'm going to sit here and beg at you for 5 minutes, and then hopefully we can add another 30 minutes to the end of the program. Midland Armory in downtown Foley. We thank Midland Armory for sponsoring today's show, midlandarmory.com. Check them out. Get your next firearm and all the other accessories you might need. Then you've also got our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. I saw Sean, potentially criminal, doing a Stoney's read, kind of busting my balls a little bit. I thought it was hilarious. Thank you, buddy. And Stoney's appreciates the shout-out on the big stream. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. This Saturday, it's the Steel Toe 10th anniversary party. It's going to start at 2 o'clock. Come on out. Hang out with us. Have some fun. All right, guys, we have 4 minutes left. No money coming in. Nothing coming in. We need 120 to break even today and keep Steel Toe on the air. Keep Steel Toe going. So if you love our show, if you think we do a good job, please support it. Please throw us a couple of bucks. We need to knock out that 120 today. $120 to go. Links all over the chat. Go ahead and click it. Rattle can, rattle can, rattle can. Filthy e-beggar, filthy e-beggar, filthy e-beggar. We do need your guys' pity, your support, your couple of bucks, whatever you want to call it. We need it. $20 from Copperhead says, money because you guys did a great show today. Thank you, buddy.
Alrighty, thank
we
you.
take 16 of that. 105 away from knocking out today's goal. And the rally has begun. Ayo with 99 cents. Hey, every little bit helps, buddy. We appreciate it. 105 away from knocking this thing out. Let them all start rolling in. 3 minutes to go. We're running out of time, but we're 105 away. Thank you, Copperhead, for starting us off. Now we need everybody to start rolling in. Guys, hit it up. 15, 20 at a time. We'll get this thing taken care of. Day One Salt says we may be in a global recession, but it's another win for the toe. I mean, I appreciate it if people can't because we're having tough times right now. That doesn't mean that I don't still have to get mine. I mean, I still got to ask. I still got to yell and scream and pound the table and beg for money. I don't know what to tell you on that one, buddy. 105 away from today and 2.5 minutes to go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships, gifted memberships. Everything that costs you money to throw it at this program, we put it towards that goal. 105 is the number, and we need it. A little over 2 minutes to go. A little something for a show that went by extremely quick for you. We got to kill 4 hours in very quick order, and I hope you do appreciate it. If you got a loose couple of bucks just jangling around, boy, could we use it, because now I'm in that point where I got my leg bouncing up and down. I'm a little panicky. I feel like a filthy beggar because I've run out of ways to ask you for your money. And we're 105 away from having a successful start to... It's our 10th anniversary week. Fuck, dude, we got to have success on our 10th anniversary week.
All right, then. We need 105, people. Let's go. Let's make this happen.
Our streak is at 4. We want to keep it going to 5. Ending it at 4 is basically like not having a streak. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Come on, guys. Let's get in there. We can't go out with a whimper like this. All of our haters are going to make fun of us and talk about what pieces of shit we are. If we miss by 105 and everybody just kind of like when you stare at them and go, give, and they just kind of stare at you with big eyes, you just go, fuck, I'm a failure. 1 minute left. We got 1 minute to go. We got to at least get inside of 50 to buy us a little more time. If you got 10, 15, 20, if you can throw in, we need everybody to chip in to keep this show on the air. We are fucked for today, guys. We're missing a lot more often. It does worry me a little bit, but ultimately I hope we'll be okay. Lab Glass says I'm sponsoring one Coper. Thank you for the $10.
All right, thank you.
$95 away. And it looks like failure today. We $95 away from getting fucked. 20 seconds to go. Well, shit, if you're here to watch us fail, you succeeded today. 20 seconds left. Let's go ahead and count it down. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're going to have to figure something out eventually because we're missing more often, that's for sure. The streaks are getting smaller and smaller. We're going to have to make some kind of adjustments, I think. I don't know, because like I said, we set our goals, and it's set at like fucking bare nuts. Gave you guys $100 off the last 3 shows last week because we had a good July, but August is off to a shit start. That's for sure. All right. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, come on, Pores. Got to make sure I at least get everybody's in there. So we ended up 90 short. I'll keep track of that for the evening show tonight. Coming up 90 short, not the end of the world, but obviously not something we want to do. Certainly not something we can make commonplace. Well, thanks, guys. We appreciate it. Day One Salt says everybody is in panic, homie. Better luck next time. Hey, shit happens. You win some, you lose some. It's just we're losing a little more often than we used to. That's all. All right, Johnny, get out of here. We'll see you at 2 o'clock when you do your show. Just kidding, LLC.
Yes, sir.
Do
Twitch,
it on
YouTube, Rumble, all that.
King Kong Dong says, do it on credit. We can get 90 and 30.
Well, I can't stay. I got tax
Okay,
stuff to
why
do.
don't you take off? Maybe I'll do the rest of it here. We'll send Johnny away. There we go. And again, Just Kidding LLC on Rumble and all that. Johnny's going to go do his thing. I don't have anything else to do right now. Like, I have to go pick up the kids in an hour. I mean, if you guys can get us 90 in a half hour, I mean, I get it. Times are tougher now. I understand. So maybe we change up the rules a little bit. Here's the deal. All right, if by 10:15 it started to move a little bit, and we've got a little traction. We do need to make the money. We do need to knock out our goal in order to keep this thing on the air full time, long time. So you know what? Maybe we'll just do the fucking overtime. I mean, sure, it's just kind of people are going to write in. They're going to go to their Reddits and stuff and be like, Aaron's a fucking failure and he still does the overtime anyway. He's fucking pathetic. It is pathetic, dude. But I want to keep doing this show. We're on the cusp of some big stuff. You know, we've got some things we're talking about with other people. And I really just want to survive until we get to that. I understand that doing this has, there's a time limit on this. This will fail eventually. This can't be held up, you know? But if we can just keep this until we get to that bridge, just keep knocking out goals until we get to that bridge, that would be all right. Thank you to Bigot on Socialist Media with $7 over on Rumble. That puts us 75. Spring Esselgroth with $10 says just because. That would be nice if everybody just gave us $5-10 once in a while just because. I mean, I feel like we do a really good fucking show and it's different than everyone else's. $75 away. Okay, so 75 is the number we're at the moment. This is the ugly, shitty, awful part that everyone complains about and talks about what failures we are with the begging and whatnot. But again, it beats a full day of work, you know, of a real job. So, guys, if we can get that around 50 by 10:15, I'll keep doing the overtime. But please knock out that goal so we can, you know, keep this show going the way it is. I think what would be next, like if we started failing harder and just goals weren't coming in, I think just doing the show solo would probably be the last. I used to tell April, I go, you understand A, B, C, and D would have to go wrong before I fired everybody. And I think so far we're at B or C. I think. Like B or C would definitely have to be the number or the letter we're at this moment. But yeah, if it comes to be that like we miss goals by $100 every day, it'd probably just be, well, we'll keep doing the show and it'll just be Aaron doing solo shows. Tigger next door with $30 says, thank you for the you know what. However, I asked for a Japanese and you sent a Chinese. There's a difference, you know. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I sent you hookers just so I can make a joke about Japanese and Chinese people being the same. I fucking refuse. I know what you're trying to do. But thank you for the super chat, and we are 55 away for today. Citizen M says, don't use Patreon. If you go the paywall route, stick with YouTube. You're right about that. For sure. Chevy fan says, my dealership needs a detailer, Aaron. Dinosaur Fuel says, how much for an ad reading every day? Email me. I'll get you the papers for that. You can take a look. AaronImholdradio@gmail.com. Okay, thank you. All caught up in the chat here. All right, 55 away. Knock it out during overtime, and let's call it another win for the toe and extend the streak to 5. A California dad just won the custody battle for his son. This is so fucking rare that this happens, especially in California. So apparently this little boy's mom was trying to force the child to wear dresses and glitter and raise him non-binary. And this is the most disgusting part about all this non-binary shit going on right now, is that, like, so often it is the kid saying something harmless and something that kids just tend to say. And then the mom just takes it 100 degrees further and just keeps going. And it's like dresses and makeup. And he's a girl now because the mom secretly always wanted a little girl. So the minute the son gives her an opening, the mom's like, yeah, let's get him on pills and fucking get ready to, have transition surgery and all that shit. Even though we know medically that fucks kids up. We know that that's a huge problem. Still happens. They still do it. And so many times dads will try to step in and try to get their kids, and they'll be called bigots, or they'll say that they're gender denying, or they're, being transphobic. When really it's the mom brainwashing the kid. Well, we finally have a win for dad. A California father says he's been granted full custody of his 4-year-old son following a protracted legal battle with the boy's mother, who allegedly forced the child to wear dresses and glitter because she wanted to raise him as non-binary. Again, tell me again that funny part where you tell me people are born this way, or that people can't be made this way, or that people can't, be confused and then change their mind later on. Please, tell me that part again. It's always funny to me because this is so much nurture over nature, it's not even funny. Why is it? So I would think if gender non-binary were a thing that you just were at birth, I would think there would be a lot more boys and girls who have single dads who would be non-binary. But we always seem to see the same story play out. It's always some little boy, usually some little boy, not usually a little girl, with a single mom, and that mom then feeding the delusion of the child because she wants a little pink puppy in a purse. In this case, a trans kid. If this were medical, this would be like if strep throat was only gotten by children of single moms. Then there would be something these single moms are doing to cause these kids to have strep throat. A disease is a disease. You catch something, you caught something, a virus somewhere. Well, you caught a bug. But you don't catch, catch. You don't just have, this concept of wanting to remove your genitals or wear dresses just in your head. It gets there somehow. And again, the increase in the amount of people identifying as non-binary, they would tell you, oh, it's just because it's more accepted now. Bullshit. It's contagious. You weren't born that way. You caught it. You picked it up somewhere, and then there was an environment that nurtured it, like your mother. So I don't, I'm sorry, I don't buy it. So this dad getting his kid back is just fantastic. It's awesome. It's great. But dude, it's such a rare win. It happens so rarely. By the way, thank you, good old JR, for the $9.99. He says, you fired Johnny? No, Johnny did have to go at 10 o'clock today. But we are only $50 away from knocking out that goal, guys. Thank you very much. Please keep teaming up and knocking out the rest of that. It would be huge to start this week with a W, as we decided to do the overtime anyway, trusting that you guys would hammer it out. So please give us some money and make our show stay a show. Harrison Tinsley told the Daily Signal podcast that he prevailed in the years-long court battle to win full custody of Sawyer, which the dad likened to watching a miracle. Tinsley claimed that his ex-girlfriend, the boy's mother, identifies as a lesbian and non-binary herself. Well, what are the odds? Besides, I've heard from that community that they don't do any kind of recruiting with young children. So that would be that would mean that they lied. I mean, this is craziness that unfortunately I worry that we've lost. Again, it's nice to see that this dad got his kid, and that's going to be better for the kid long term. But also, this doesn't happen very often, and I feel like we've lost the battle on just like transition. In order to win, transitioning children has to be seen as something that is crazy and unthinkable. Not like a dad sometimes gets his kids or this kid didn't transition. The only way for this to be a win is that if no kids are transitioned by parents who want to control them. That's what the win is. As long as there's still these hospital places, as long as there's still transition clinics for young children, That's an L as a society. We've taken an L. So I'm sorry, I'm not trying to rain on this guy's parade, but socially, I need a little bit more because I've seen too many times in this culture war shit where people go, this is pushback. Here it comes. This is our pushback moment. And it's so not the pushback moment. It's never the pushback moment, unfortunately. You know, it's always like, hey, we got one. And then that stone keeps rolling down the hill. So I want to be hopeful, but I've seen too much. I saw it when it was like free speech, when it was like Imus getting fired and people keeping their jobs and cancel culture. There would be too many times where, you know, you'd see Morgan Wallen shoot to #1 after the N-word controversy cost him all his record deals. And then people were like, this is pushback. This is pushback. It's like, no, because the next time this happens to someone else, you know, they're going to get fucked over too. So is this pushback or is it just the exception to the rule? And in my experience, it's typically been the exception to the rule. Joe Smash with $20 over on YouTube. Thank you, buddy. He says, keep it rolling, boss. Thanks, pal. 25 away from knocking it out. You know, I got to appreciate you guys. I got to say thank you because you said just do the overtime. We'll take care of the 90. And you guys are taking care of the 90. We're not halfway through overtime, and you guys are at $25 left. You're at $20 left. Von Kaiser said it's a Jimmy Shaker Day miracle. Holy shit. Thank you, buddy. You guys are $20 away from another win for the toe, and I so appreciate it, especially since like the first 3 hours we weren't even asking. We were covering the documents and all that stuff. So, again, thanks. Andrew with $1.16. Hey, every little bit helps, Andrew. Thank you very much for throwing us a few. Again, $20 away. We appreciate it. Sam Show says, we really don't deserve having it any better. Maybe. I mean, we didn't, we kind of had a very permissive attitude towards all this. You know? We kind of had a real kind of, well, let's not rock the boat. Let's not offend anybody. Let's just, hey, they just want this. Just let them have this. If we let them have this, it'll be fine. And we would let them have this. And this would turn into that. And then there would be a little more, and then a little more, and then a little more. And all of a sudden we looked around one day and we're like, they're cutting kids' dicks off. And it's all because we didn't want to offend anybody or upset anybody. It's unfortunate. Diane Poo with $20 says, win. Another win for the toe. We were only 14 minutes late, but we got the goal knocked out today. King Kong Dong says, suck it, MSO. Well, I think MSO has got to feel pretty good. He's getting a lot more opportunities to get wins now. And now with the economy, you know, looking like it's headed towards the shitter. You know, who knows? Like if the economy got really, really bad and this show couldn't make its money anymore, who's to say that, you know, Aaron doesn't do a morning show? And then grab maybe, 4 hours a day doing something else, 5 hours a day doing something else. You know, if the economy gets bad, but you guys still get a morning show, who knows? You know, as long as, like I said, we got stuff coming down the pike that'll help us a lot. We just gotta survive to that day. Got to keep it going until that day. Thank you guys very, very much. Knocked it out today. Got ourselves a win. Appreciate it. Bigot on Socialist Media says $1 Australian is 55 US cents now. Is that true? Holy shit. Didn't used to be that way. Morgan Wallen concert. Morgan Wallen brought Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes to his show in Kansas City. Patrick Mahomes, is a country fan. He was born and raised in fucking Texas. So you know that Mahomes is a good old boy. I don't know where Travis Kelce's from, but he's dating Taylor Swift. Shouldn't he like only gay dance shit? I love that fucking Taylor Swift turned her back on country music and her fucking husband-to-be is at a Morgan Wallen show with a bunch of hillbillies. That's kind of fun. Unfortunately, though, some guy was making terroristic threats against Kansas City Chiefs stars Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce during that Morgan Wallen show, and he's been arrested. Aaron Brown was arrested over a social media post that went up shortly before the concert. Oh, God, how fucking stupid is this going to be? Why? Like, please explain to me the attitude of, like, threatening to kill Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes. Like, please tell me the logic. Like, where does that end? Like, your idea of, I'm going to threaten Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. And then, okay, what else? Then what? What's going to happen? Are they going to, like, are you going to be like, what's his name? Gil in The Fan, and you're going to get to play catch with him on a beach while you kidnap their children? Like, where does it go from here? Great. You made the death threat. Now what? It's just, it's mental illness. It's people being out who aren't supposed to be out. He wrote on social media, Mr. Redacted at Arrowhead with the wife. If he brings out I think he means Mr. Mahomes at Arrowhead with the wife. If he brings out Kelce or Swift, I'll take the fucking shot. Fuck him. He also added, also, fuck you, bitch. Hand emoji with the middle finger. Oh, well, my God. I mean, that was worth it, right? Enjoy jail, retard. Great. Take your pills. That goes for everybody. Take your goddamn medicine. I know you think you don't need it. I know you think you're going to white knuckle the shit. But the doctor gave you the medicine for a reason. What the doctor was saying with the medicine is that for the safety of the rest of us, you should be in a fucking insane asylum. Or an insane asylum. You should be in a fucking funny farm. But because we can't do that anymore, we're going to give you medicine so that you're not a crazy fucking prick all the time and that people don't have to be worried about you. You know, people say there's antidepressants and shit like that turn people into zombies. Good! Some people need to be fucking zombies. Have you seen some of these people without their zombie meds? They're fucking problems. Enough. Enough of all of them. Take your fucking pills and shut the fuck up and don't let them have social media. Because they're either going to do stupid shit like this guy did or just be generally unbearable. It seems pretty clear the redactions identify Mahomes and Kelce. Both were at the concert and got on stage with Wallen. Mahomes' wife, Brittany, was also at the show. Cops were given a heads up Friday night before the concert, saw the post on X. The guy ID'd himself as Gooey Bag. Well, we finally got the infamous Gooey Bag. Thank God. Gooey Bag over on Twitter decided it would be worth it to send fucking Morgan Wallen, Travis Kelce, and Patrick Mahomes a death threat on Twitter. Great. Landers says the U.S. dollar. Oh, no, Sam Show says you did prove your point, Aaron. You do have to bitch and moan for the money to roll in. Well, you know, I think the audience has kind of gotten used to it. But thank you guys so much for knocking that out today. You have no idea how much of a great day I have when those goals get knocked out. It means a lot. Thanks for the support. Everybody who gives this show money, you guys are awesome. Landers says U.S. dollar has lost well over 90% of its purchasing power. It's coming. 35 trillion in debt is unpayable. Literally can't even be addressed. Fair warning, be ready. Well, I mean, yeah, the 35 trillion can't be paid back, but also let's be honest. Like, there's a lot of people watching this show that have credit card debt and shit that they'll never pay back. I mean, having debt you'll never pay back is unfortunately not uncommon in the United States. A lot of people are going to die with debt. What you hope is that you died owning a home so that your kids can pay off all your debt and then have some inheritance left over after it's done. That's nice. Citizen M, I haven't rejected your help. Jesus Christ, calm down. Let's not be girls about this. SC Motorsports says they catch a hillbilly threatening some football players, but they can't stop a 20-year-old from shooting the president. Oh, hey, no, they can stop a 20-year-old from shooting the president. They just didn't want to. Darkroom Chris says Morgan's court date is August 15th for throwing that chair off a roof and almost hitting a police officer below. Yeah, at Eric Church's bar, Chiefs. I want to go there. I think I want to go to the Vikings game in November against the Titans and then go to Nashville for like I don't know, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night. 3 nights in Nashville is enough. 2 nights of fucking walking down Broadway and drinking your dick off and then go to the Vikings game, try to sleep it off and get up and go home Monday morning. That doesn't sound too bad. SC Motorsports says, how embarrassing would it be to be taken out by Gooey Bag? Yeah, I don't think it, that's the problem. You don't take Gooey Bag seriously until Gooey Bag fucking bows up, Chevy Fan says the UK is arresting people for posting on social media this week after the riots. I mean, you shouldn't arrest anyone on social media for speaking unless it's like I said, a death threat or something physical. Other than that, it should be fine. Landers says, we accrue $1 trillion in debt every 100 days. It's bad, dude. Really bad. No, we're not doing well. I'm not telling you we're doing well. I'm just saying that, we're kind of a reflection of the people of this country in a way. Good old JR with $9.99 says, I'm feeling generous. Let's crack into tonight's goal. Hey, thank you very much. Oh, no, we're not 20 away from overtime. We are 10 into tonight's goal for overtime. There you go, guys. Thank you very much. So not only have you knocked it out, you got $10 in. Thank you so much for your continued support and generosity. We have, Cardi B. You remember last week, Cardi B said her and Offset were getting divorced? Yeah, the next day she announced she's pregnant. God damn it. I love that these two have like tens of millions of dollars and they are just fucking white trash. Cardi B is having another baby hours after she filed for divorce from Offset. She posted a photo of herself and her exposed belly on Instagram and added a lengthy caption that read, with every ending comes a new beginning. I am so grateful to have shared this season with you. You have brought me more love, more life, and most of all, renewed my power. Reminded me that I can have it all. Can you really have it all if you're having the kid, but you're getting the divorce? Not that I'm going to make fun of someone who's going through a divorce and having a kid at the same time. I mean, there, but for the grace of God go I, but seems a little disingenuous is all. She adds, you've reminded me that I never have to choose between life, love, and my passion. I love you so much and cannot wait for you to witness what you helped me accomplish, what you pushed me to do. It's so much easier taking life's twists, turns, and tests laying down, but you, your brother, and your sister have shown me why it's worth it to push through. So she wrote a nice little thing to her unborn child. What if it's not Offset's? That's something you got to think about, right? Like, she's getting divorced. Now she's announcing she's pregnant. Who's to say she was faithful? There's no way to know, right? But she divorces him one day, which means she knew she was pregnant because you don't announce your pregnancy when you first find out. Like, you wait a while because you want to get through that period where there's the highest likelihood of miscarrying. So you wait until that point is passed, and then you announce it to everyone. So when she announced that she was getting divorced, she full well knew that she was pregnant. Oh, that is fantastic. God, these two are. Cardi B is what? She's like Dominican or Trinidadian or something. Or Dominican, whatever. But she is fucking solid white trash. She really is just a solid hillbilly. She does a good job with it, too. Yeah. King Kong Dong says she got knocked up by another dude for sure. I can't rule that out. Like, that does seem very plausible. That Cardi B got knocked up by another guy. I mean, you're getting divorced and then the next day you're pregnant. It seems pretty intentional. The way you're, parting these announcements. One more piece of celebrity news and then we'll get out of here for today. Zac Efron was taken to a hospital in Spain after an incident in a swimming pool. Uh-oh, Matthew Perry 2.0. But he's doing just fine now. A rep for Efron tells TMZ Zach was taken to the hospital as a precautionary measure after what they describe as a minor swimming incident at a villa Friday night. Dude, Zach, what was it with Zac Efron? Is it the steroids that aged him, or is it just age? Because I've always liked him as an actor. I think Zac Efron's great. I do. But I don't know if he had bad plastic surgery. He's starting to look like Travis Kelce. Or maybe, some guys just get old fast. Just because you're attractive doesn't mean you're immune to aging, I suppose. I don't know. Yeah, SC Motorsports had his guts sucked out by the drain. Is that a real thing? I've heard about that before. I think he just got fucked up in the pool. I'm guessing because his health is fine and everything else. The staff apparently had to pull him out of the pool. I'm thinking he got fucked up and he passed out in the pool. Which, hey, look, no harm, no foul. We're told he was released from the hospital this morning and he's recovering just fine. Okay. Efron's taking a much-needed summer off. He's coming off his hit role in the film The Iron Claw, starring Jeremy Allen White, and his appearance alongside John Cena in Ricky Stenicki. I have to say, I've seen both of those movies. See, I do watch newer stuff. Iron Claw is great, especially if you know the Von Erich story. I watched The Iron Claw with April, and she was like, this is so fucking sad. And she knew a little bit about the Von Erichs. I'd told her about them. Of course I have. But she was like, this is so fucking sad. And I told her, I'm like, they left one death of one of the Von Erich kids out because they didn't want the movie to be such a kick in the dick. She's like, oh my God. The Von Erichs might be the saddest family in history. And I thought Zac Efron and all those guys, I thought they did a great job with that movie. And then Ricky Stenicki, I know it's cool to hate him, but John Cena's a funny fuck, dude. That Ricky Stenicki was a pretty funny movie. Solid. I liked it. SP, I think that's the first movie SP and I watched after we started hanging out again, was Ricky Stenicki. King Kong Dong says, I think Ruby Ridge is still the saddest thing. Well, I mean, I didn't mean that way. His face isn't fine, someone says. Was he drunk? Yeah, I think Efron was probably hammered. He was probably shithouse and he passed out in the pool. That's allowed. All right, guys, we got to get out of here. Thank you so much for knocking out that goal. Let's change it on the air. Streak now at 5. There we go. And thanks to good old JR, we're $10 into tonight. So thank you guys very much for your continued support. It's awesome. I appreciate it. Thanks in these difficult times for giving us the money we need to stay on the air. I will always appreciate your generosity. And it's our 10-year anniversary week. So please celebrate with us. And come out Saturday. Even if you don't have tickets to the comedy show, that's sold out. You can always find a way in there, run speakers outside. Come on out to the family reunion show. Party starts at 2 p.m. Totally free to come hang out with us. The only thing you're going to pay for are your drinks and the comedy show. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your day. I'm out of here. Talk to you tonight at 7 o'clock.